Hello and welcome to a special edition of Football Talk by the 2 Point Conversion. Today, I'm joined by not just one draft expert, but two. First off, Jacob LaQuire. Second, Steve. How are you guys doing today? We'll start with Jacob.
All right, I'm great. Still riding the high of the Tetero McMillan T-Mac, as he likes to be called, pick, and hoping to get some good players for the Panthers today. But yesterday had a lot of fun stuff that happened, and I'm looking to see if we get any more of those kind of crazy trades that we saw on night one.
Yeah.
Steve. Yeah, man. I'm doing well. I'm just glad we're finally here, man. Round one's over. Rumor season is done. Like we're getting to the nitty gritty now, man. Day two. This is where championships are built, right? Day 2 and 3, the mid round of the draft. Excited to see where guys go. We still got a lot of interesting prospects still on the board.
So if this massive podcast ends up in your feed and you're listening through, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, this is actually a live stream that we're doing live on Twitter, on YouTube of day 2 of the NFL draft. It's been an incredible, honestly, eventful draft so far, kind of kicking off with the Jacksonville Jaguars trading up for, Travis Hunter. Cleveland Browns move back, grab Mason Graham. Steve, we didn't get you on the podcast yesterday. We want to kind of go over some of your favorite picks of kind of what went down yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. I guess we can start with that Travis Hunter pick. I mean, that kind of just has to get talked about just because of how crazy it is that the Browns actually ended up trading back. I don't know what you guys talked about on the pod yesterday, but I mean, that kind of blew my mind that it ended up happening. I mean, Jacksonville obviously getting Hunter that's a great pickup for them. It was a little wealthy, but I think as a Jags fan, you probably don't really care right now. But yeah, you can start there. And even with Cleveland, I mean, trading out of Hunter and getting Mason Graham, who I still rate very highly as a top 5 player in this draft, that's a good pickup for them in the middle and the interior of their defense, and should serve them well. I mean, obviously they probably be a little bit sour about losing out on Hunter, but kind of is what it is. But outside of that, some of my favorite pickups, as a Panther fan, like Jacob just said, I love getting Tetero McMillan in Carolina. I didn't think that would actually happen, but giving Bryce as a number 1 receiver, they seem like they already got good chemistry, I think will serve them well long term. And just for the way the board fell for that pick, I think that just made a lot of sense. It's kind of like the best player available, especially for their board with Graham being off, and Jalen Walker probably wasn't as highly touted as we may have initially have thought it. But yeah, I like that pick for them. Moving down the list, Miami picking Kenneth Grant. I think that's a really underrated pick. Same position, Walter Nolan to the Cardinals. I love that as well. Two dominant interior forces on the defensive line, and I think that'll serve them well. And then some quick ones, real quick. Igbuka to Tampa Bay. Smart teams doing good things, and Malachi Starks to the Ravens. I love those pickups.
Yeah, all valid. Jacob, your thoughts?
Yeah, I was going to say, I liked everything you said. What were some of your least favorite picks or like head scratching picks? Because I can think of one in particular. And again, as Panthers fans, I'm happy that the Falcons decided to mortgage their immediate future for another edge rusher. But what were some of the head scratching picks you thought of the first round?
Yeah, I mean, definitely got to look at that one. That trade back in is crazy, man. Giving up a next year first for pick 26 and bringing in James Pierce Jr. I mean, they said they needed edge rushers and they went out and got some edge rushers. So I guess, who's that GM Fontenot? He said if he ain't making the pick next year, then nobody is. And I kind of respect that.
At least he's honest, right?
Right. Yeah, for sure. Let me look down this list again. There are some reaches I felt just in terms of like where our board was placed, but it's these teams that are in the bottom end of the first round that did it. So I mean, they're all good organizations, so they probably know something we don't. But I mean, you look at the Bills taking Maxwell Harrison, who I really like, but maybe a little bit rich right there. It seemed like these corners who had the nagging injuries, they all kind of slipped away. Mm-hmm. So Harrison goes ahead of these guys like Will Johnson and Benjamin Morrison. Tyleik Williams to the Lions. I thought that one was pretty interesting. But again, the Lions are known to kind of step outside the box and just pull the trigger on guys that they like. So So we'll see what happens there. And Jackson Dart, I don't know if I need to get into all that, but that's a thing that happened.
So, but before I let you interject, Jacob, I am going to say the Browns are officially on the clock with the 33rd overall pick in the 2025 NFL draft. So I'll keep you guys updated if I see who that pick is. Just a forewarning to our audience, we are going to be tipping picks here. So, we're just kind of see how it is as these picks roll in. So be warned that, we might have these selections a few minutes before you see it on your TV. So go ahead, Jacob.
For sure. And I think Dart is an interesting point because that was going to transition into day 2 for me. Steve, how do you think the QBs are going to go off the board today? We still have Jalen Milroe, who's in Green Bay. So I think we might hear his name early, but then you still have Shedeur Sanders, right? The big story of him sliding out of the first round. And Tyler Shuck, who just missed our 2-point conversion top 100 draft guide. He comes in officially at 101. I think I can say that now that it's draft time. But how do you view the QBs coming off the board today? Do you think it'll be pretty soon with some of these QB needy teams at the top of the second round? Or do you think we'll see a slide like the Kenny Pickett Euros, that 2022, where a bunch of QBs make it to like pick 80 and then start going on a run?
Yeah, I like to think that they're going to come off this board a little early, especially Shedeur. But I don't know. The more I kind of sat on it today, I kind of think we could be in for a little slide here with some of these guys. It seems like everyone's kind of sticking to their board and picking their true best player available, especially these teams that need quarterbacks. I mean, these are smart organizations like Pittsburgh and whatnot. But I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all. We started to see Shedeur fall to this second half of the second round, and Milroe slides into the third. That would suck for him since he's there, but they did say he was trying to get a fit off, so I don't know. He might be all right with that.
Well, and it's interesting with the Steelers, right? Because they don't have a second round pick. Their next pick is pick 81, yeah. I believe, and they were the team most heavily connected to Shedeur Sanders. So if he's going to go to Pittsburgh, he's going to have to wait quite a while.
Yeah, for sure.
It's going to be really interesting to monitor where these quarterbacks go, whether it's Tyler Shuck, who goes first, who I know I'm a bigger fan of than both of you guys, but whether it's, maybe a Quinn Ewers got a little bit of steam from, I think it was Tony Pauline, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a little bit of buzz, with a bunch of these other quarterbacks, not necessarily Shedeur. I really do wonder if these interviews are as bad as kind of the media is hyping it up to be. Because, it like in my head, I think he's the easy quarterback 2 in this draft class. At least, it's a weaker class, that's for sure. And I think, the top 5 hype was definitely not justified. I really don't think that Jackson Dart was somebody that should have gone ahead of him, right? So what are your thoughts on, let's get an official prediction before we get these first picks in on, the first quarterback taken today.
Go ahead, Steve. I got to formulate it for a second.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Shedeur Sanders. I can't see him falling much further. I mean, the interviews, it couldn't have been that crazy. Like, it couldn't have been that bad for him to keep slipping and have guys like Tyler Shuck go ahead of him. No disrespect to him, but I think Sanders should definitely be first.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Milroe. I think the presence of him being in Green Bay, to me, says that there are teams interested in taking him highly. I know both he and Will Johnson slid, and Johnson's were for injury reasons, so I think Milroe has a really good chance. And to me, I think if you're the Giants or another team trading back into the first, I think Shedeur Sanders is pretty easily QB2 for all of us. And if you are willing to leapfrog him for somebody else in Dart who may not have as high a ceiling or something like that, I think that does speak to some of the concerns teams might have. And if those concerns cause like a Dart to jump him, I wonder how far he does end up falling. So I'm going to lock in Milroe as my first QB prediction today.
Steve?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair to say. I mean, plus we talked about this before, but Milroe's running ability, that definitely raises the floor of a team's offense, just elevating that rushing attack. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, everything Jacob said is very valid.
Yeah, I think that Milroe is interesting. I can't not see Shador at least being the third quarterback off the board, including Cam Ward, including Jackson Dart. But, Jalen Milroe does have the physical traits that I think would excite teams, maybe more so than a Shador Sanders. So I think it's an interesting conversation. The Browns are on the clock. They traded away Travis Hunter yesterday. I mean, I say traded away Travis Hunter, but they traded away the second pick, which should have been Travis Hunter. I want to get your guys' thoughts on what they could potentially do with this 33rd overall pick. There's a lot of rumors flying around. I personally think it's going to end up being TreVeyon Henderson. He's a guy that I thought was going to go 20th overall to the Broncos. The Browns have a very clear need at running back, and he's kind of in that, last really first round quality type of back, at least in my opinion. So I want to get your guys' thoughts on who the Browns could potentially take here.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll go real quick because I'm right there with you. I think it's going to be Henderson, the running back out of Ohio State. I think that just makes a ton of sense for them. And the Ohio connection is there. I think they're going to try to win some fans back after last night. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that makes three of us. I think it's going to be Henderson. The unique position that they're in, right, is that they have the 36th pick, I believe, as well with the Travis Hunter trade. So if I want to trade any pick away, to me, I would keep this one because it controls every player left on the board, take who I want, and then trade 36 away. Or if they want to get like a QB later, they can still get their guy right now. They're in control of the board. And I think that's going to lend itself to being like the player that they want. It's going to get taken here. And Henderson is that guy for me. I could see Luther Burden as well. He's my top-rated receiver left. I think he's probably all of our top-rated receivers left on the board. And they do need a wide receiver one since they didn't take Travis Hunter. But I really like the Ohio connection there. TreVeyon Henderson's just been incredibly productive throughout all 4 years of being at Ohio State. And I think it's going to be that pick.
Yeah, Henderson makes a ton of sense. I'm not seeing an official pick, but it did look like they were passing around, the phone on FaceTime with somebody. They just haven't really submitted it officially to the league quite yet. I could also see Mason.
The pick is in officially.
It is in. I haven't found it yet, but it's going to be interesting to see who kicks off. I think Luther Burden is a real contender for this Tennessee Titans pick at 35th overall. He's somebody that I really rate highly. He's one of my top receivers, one of the few, first round grades that I have left in this draft class. So he's just an electric sort of presence if he ends up going to, whether it's the Titans, whether it's the Browns here at 33, I think it's going to be interesting.
I think outside of those two teams you mentioned, Houston is obviously interesting, right? Because that's going to be their first pick of the draft. I believe they're up next after Cleveland here. And all of the good, I don't want to say all of the good because it's disrespecting the players that are left, but all of the highly touted offensive linemen have gone already. In our draft guide, we had, I believe, 7 O-linemen in the top 32. All of them are gone. And then one outside the top 32, Josh Connerly Jr. from Oregon, he goes to Washington. And that's probably the biggest area of need for the Texans. So I wonder what direction they're going to go in.
So we have the pick. Would you guys like to know?
I see it.
It's Carson Schweschinger out of UCLA, the linebacker. So it goes against what we maybe thought with TreVeyon Henderson. But I think, Jacob and I talked about it yesterday with, Schweschinger probably going earlier than people would expect today. There was a chance that he could, sneak into round 1, but he's honestly the last solid, starting level linebacker that was left on the board. After this, it's like, Demetrius Knight, it's Smile Mondin. So it makes perfect sense to me that the Cleveland Browns would want to stick and pick the really last starting caliber player at linebacker in this draft.
For sure, right? Like it's such a stark drop off, and if you really need a linebacker, this is going to be the spot to get it because Chiad Campbell goes, I guess officially 2 picks before, even though it was a different day. But I really like this for them. I think he's going to mix well with Owusu Koromoa. They're showing like the graphic of their cornerstone defenders now, and I like what they've done so far on defense. If I had to predict, I thought it would have been a heavy offensive draft for them because I already like their defense, but they're making a strength even stronger. And if you think back to 2 seasons ago, they had a historic defense, the Cleveland Browns. Maybe they're trying to get back to that while still waiting on the eventual QB next year, now that they have an extra first-round pick.
Yeah, I was going to say that that elite Browns defense might be back in action now, man. I mean, that's a great pick for them. I mean, like you guys said, just going and getting ahead of it, and we kind of touched on it a second ago, but just having the first pick and be able to do whatever you want to set the tone. Go ahead and take the last remaining like legit starting caliber linebacker on the board and figure it out, right? I mean, that defense will be set now for years. That's a good pick.
It's, their defense, they add Mason Graham, they add Carson Schweschinger. Really, I think that they needed to invest in their offense as well, and they very well could with this 36th overall pick. The Houston Texans pick is in as well. So I want to get first you, Jacob, your thoughts on who they could potentially take here, and then Steve, you as well.
Well, they didn't waste any time. The way they've been moving this offseason, I want to say that they're going to go defense. And so I would throw like maybe a Donovan Ezeraku out there. I'm just trying to think of the best possible offensive lineman left, and I'm left with like Ariante Ursary. But I think I don't know. Like, I really, really don't know what they're going to do. So I'm going to lock in Ezeraku, the edge rusher from Boston College. They're just going to keep fortifying their defense, even though C.J. Stroud needs some help.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking here. Next tackle that I see is Arizona's Jonah Savinier. Butchered that for sure, probably, but could be a little early for him. I don't know, but pick is about.
That's not what they're saying on broadcast. So,
and that's he's kind of like an outside end guy too. Like, I think he might get pushed into guard in the league. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting here on my stream. At least the guest is calling it out, so I'll know pretty soon if you guys don't already know.
Yeah, I got the Rappaport notification.
Jaden Higgins, wide receiver out of Iowa State.
Okay.
There was some potential like late first round buzz with Jaden Higgins. I think that he's somebody who obviously a big, physical, fast receiver. He's kind of limited in what he gives you in terms of his route tree. Like it's very raw. He's pretty underdeveloped. I think he adds an element to this offense that, the Texans really needed in kind of a downfield type of, field stretcher, because Nico Collins is kind of an in-breaking receiver, and Tank Dell, he's, developed a lot as a route runner, but kind of a designated touch kind of player, but really interesting fit for this Houston Texans team.
And what I would say with Higgins, outside of T-Mac, Tedero, McMillan, who are the rest of the X receivers in this class, right? It's Jaden Higgins. He's like the boundary winner. You could say Elik Iomanor as well from Stanford, but I don't think he has the size and capability to box people out at the catch point, like Higgins would. So if a team needed an X receiver, I think Higgins was the next best guy, kind of like how Carson Schweschinger was the last remaining starting caliber linebacker. So I definitely don't hate it, but again, they really need to attack the offensive line in the later picks, or like in the rest of their draft picks. I don't know what else they have left. I know they had like an interesting trade with the Browns before the draft yesterday, where I think they sent 2 5ths and got 2 6ths and a 7th. I think those were the perimeters. So they have a handful of picks left, but they're geared toward the back end of the draft, and you really have to wonder if they're going to add any offensive linemen at all at this point.
That's. I mean, I like the Higgins pick, but I mean, I like him as a player, but I don't know. I feel like they could have gone another direction, but it just seems like BPA. But real quick, Seahawks just traded up. They're on the clock now in place of the Titans.
So
go ahead, Dylan.
Seahawks trade 52 and 82 for pick number 35. So they essentially trade a mid-third round pick to move up 18 spots in this draft. So I'm not aware of who the Seahawks are selecting quite yet, but do you guys have any guesses?
Well, I like that one. I'm going to go with Luther Burden. I really thought they would be a pass catcher team on day one. I believe they took Gray Zabel, right? The interior
Yeah.
multiple
Yeah.
linemen out of North Dakota State. So I think if they want a premier pass catcher and just saw one go in Jaden Higgins, maybe they attack the best
Yeah.
available receiver left and go Burden, maybe Jalen Knoll, the other Iowa State receiver. That'd be cool to see a back to back with them. But I think pass catcher is going to be the focus. Maybe even Mason Taylor. That could be somebody that goes here as well.
That's a
Quick
great
guess,
shout. Yeah, I really like the Taylor shout. I'm gonna go with that one. I feel like them bringing in Cooper Cup and already having Jackson Smith and Jigbo on roster. I feel like go ahead and add a tight end with Taylor makes a ton of sense. And that was a team we mocked Colson Loveland to a lot.
Yeah.
During
Yeah.
the process. So I think that makes sense.
So pick is in, and it is South Carolina safety Nick Emandwari. So he last
Wow.
3 picks in. This is definitely a John Snyder type
Yeah.
of pick right here. A little bit underdeveloped in terms of his instincts and where you want him to be down to down, but he is, in my opinion, the best athlete in this draft class. 6'3", 230. He ran a 4.3 40-yard dash. He benched a lot. He jumped very well. Incredibly explosive. If that's somebody that you want to add to Mike McDonald's offense or defense, excuse me, he's not Kyle Hamilton. He's Kyle Hamilton without a brain at the moment, right? He's going to need to improve in a lot of different aspects, but he's a really fun project for this team to take on.
Well, if you squint, you can kind of see Cam Chancellor there. And with the way that they've kind of rebuilt the secondary in recent years, right? Devon Witherspoon, I believe that was the 5th overall pick a couple years ago. They added a bunch of different Reek Woolen, excuse me. I know Kobe Bryant was like a depth piece there. Just continuing to build the secondary. And I don't think they're going to bring back the Legion of Boom, but having a strong secondary for Mike McDonald in his second year as the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks. I see the vision here. I do think they'll have to attack pass catcher at some point, though.
Yeah, the Cam Chancellor thing immediately jumped out to me. You can definitely just see that guy being a Seattle Seahawk. I mean, I think in like the draft guide, I said he was like this year's like Madden creative player in the secondary, like just pure athlete. I mean, that's someone you take a chance on this high too. I mean, I probably had a couple more safeties rated higher than him at this point, but I love the fit in Seattle. I think it makes a ton of sense for them.
So the pick is in for the Browns with the next, 36th overall pick. I'm just going to get one quick name from both of you before I tell you what the pick is.
Henderson. I'm going back to the first one.
Yeah, sticking with it.
So the Cleveland Browns, with the 36th overall pick, have taken Ohio State running back Quinshon Judkins. Strong Ohio State running back. This is a mean, physical bruiser, has been productive all 3 years at college. He's somebody that you're really trusting your running back coach to kind of develop a little bit more patience with him than what he showed at Ohio State this past year. But, in terms of the athletic tools and kind of what, like, if you had to build a running back in Madden, it would look like Quinshon Judkins, right? Even the name, just a nice,
like, that's a vintage 2000s running back name, yeah. And I think if you take the Nick Chubb approach, if you wanted a running back that could get close to what Nick Chubb was for the Browns, Judkins is probably that guy of all the remaining players, right? Henderson, more of a home run hitter. Caleb Johnson, I think, while his physical profile is unique and the fact that he's a bigger guy that's also patient, I don't think he has the physicality that Judkins runs with. And so if they want to not miss a beat after getting Nick Chubb back after the injury, but he wasn't the same, I think Judkins is a smart way to go there, especially with them keeping Kevin Stefanski and most of the offensive infrastructure, in place.
Yeah, for sure. We were in the right ballpark with the Ohio State running back.
I'll count that as a win at this point.
Yeah, definitely. No, it's a good pick. I mean, Judkins he screams Cleveland running back. I mean, these guys that they keep bringing in are all powerful guys. I mean, you're going to see him when it's snowing out there with sleeveless, yoked up. Yeah. I think it makes a ton of sense for them. I mean, Henderson, we probably all had rated a little bit higher, but, fit and for specific teams, that all comes into play in these type of moments.
So the Vegas Raiders are now on the clock once again. This was a team that Ian Rappaport said could potentially take a guy like Shedeur Sanders, right? Honestly, he said it was the last potential fit before the Steelers pick in the 80s. So, do you guys anticipate this being a quarterback or maybe a different position? And if so, which one?
I personally do not. I get the Sanders connection, right? Tom Brady is a big mentor of him, speaks very highly of Shedeur Sanders. But the way that and obviously Ashton Genty's a special talent, right? I have him as my second overall player in the class and everything. But if you're willing to take a running back sixth overall with your first pick in the entire draft, I think you're willing to not necessarily attack areas of need. They traded for and subsequently extended Geno Smith, so I think they're set for at least the next 2 or 3 years at QB. I think they're going to do something and attack something that they need. Maybe this is the Luther Burden spot. Maybe this is the Will Johnson spot, right? Their secondary is pretty poor, and the only good players they had in the secondary went to Carolina and Green Bay, respectively, in free agency. I think this could be a DB spot for Vegas.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. I was looking at Will Johnson at the top of the board. I don't know how bad that knee is, but I mean, if you're going to bet on a guy like him, right now might be a good time to do it if you're Vegas. And some safeties at the top of the class, Bakuba and Watts, make a ton of sense as well. I mean, like Jacob just said, they lost their safeties, so need to re up there. And then trenches. I mean, they could just be looking to build up through the trenches. They got a smart organization over there with Pete Carroll and all them guys, so. They could go pretty much any way, but I don't think it'll be quarterback.
And it's interesting you say trenches, right? Because the rumor, at least in the 48 hours before the draft, was Kelvin Banks was a heavy favorite with the Raiders, right? Because we all pushed Genty up to the Jaguars, with that in mind. And so they end up missing on they chose to take Genty over an O lineman in round one. I think that could be something as well, but that gets back to the Texans' point, right? Who are the O linemen left that you're willing to take at this point? So I really think if they're going to attack best available player and maybe best or most pressing need, I think secondary is going to be like a big favorite here at this pick.
We'll see. I think they have to invest in their corner room at some point because they have arguably the worst secondary in the league at the current moment. I think Will Johnson, he's somebody that I think they probably considered, maybe before the medicals came in at that sixth overall pick, because honestly, that's the type of talent that Will Johnson is, right? So I think it'll be interesting to see whether he's just off of their board completely or whether they're willing to take him with the 37th pick.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Do either of you have the pick in yet? I haven't seen it.
No, not seeing it.
My NFL Plus.com is jittery right now, so I don't know. But I think while we're waiting, this could be a good point to go back and reflect on round one impacting round two,
For
right?
Sure.
The Browns. I think that's the real crux of the draft, that trade with the Jaguars. Moving back, not getting Travis Hunter and getting Mason Graham, and then going defense again, now getting their, we'll call it a Nick Chubb replacement. You look at the graphic, and I'm sure you guys are ahead of me, but on NFL Plus, they're showing their pieces of the puzzle on offense, and it's Quinshad Judkins, which you like, Jerry Jeudy and Cedric Tillman kind of came along with Jameis Winston toward the end of the year. David Njoku, I think, is a very solid tight end, but they showed Kenny Pickett as the QB. I think this could be a quarterback team at some point today, the Cleveland Browns.
So we were wondering why the Raiders haven't made a pick yet, and it's because they've traded it to the Miami Dolphins. The Dolphins trade a late third-round pick as well as a pick swap on day 3. So the Dolphins are now on the clock. So I'll be looking out for who this pick is. Any speculation as to who it could possibly be? Maybe offensive line potentially.
I'm thinking safety.
Yeah, I
just
could
lost
see
Javon Holland in free agency. Maybe replacing him. Yeah, a lot of guys here at the top of the board for me. So,
and I hate to keep banging the Will Johnson drum, but they're talking about accepting trade offers, or listening at least trade offers for Jalen Ramsey. In my final mock in draft week, I gave them Jahdae Barron just because of how versatile he is in the secondary. So I think Steve's nailing it here that at safety or possibly corner, I think Xavier Watts could fill that Javon Holland role quite well.
The pick is in. Any guesses? Any final? You guys haven't gotten the exact name yet. I'll give you a hint, it's an offensive lineman.
Oh,
Ooh, go ahead, Steve. I'll let you get the first one.
Ariante Ursay.
No, it's Jonah, and I'm not going to try and say his last name. I think it would probably be offensive, honestly.
I said
Arizona.
that last time.
I think it's Savai Naea. But
Okay.
our actually our 50th player in the 2-point conversion draft guide, still a second round value, and I think like we were talking about, offers outside in versatility similar to his teammate last year, Jordan Morgan, who went in the first round to the Green Bay Packers. With Teron Armstead retiring, I think you really need to address that, at least the left side of the O line. They took Patrick Paul in the second round last year. They take another tackle / guard in the second round this year. I think they're starting to head in the right direction, because it used to just be, all right, well, Tua gets the ball out quick, so we don't need to worry about that. I think you do need to worry about that if you're concerned with the long-term viability of Tua Tagovailoa as your QB. So I support the pick here fully.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I mean, like we were just saying, the amount of O linemen who are probably worthy to go right here is it's getting slim. So they probably had to move up and get their guy like while they could before things got even more slim in theory.
Yeah, he's a talented player. He played really well at Arizona this past year. I think that, if you're the Dolphins, I was honestly kind of surprised that they didn't invest in their offensive line on day one. Kenneth Grant, like, despite me being high on him, I didn't quite expect him to be the pick at number 13 overall. So I think investing in the offensive line, they haven't really spent a ton of assets there. They have James Daniels, they have Patrick Paul, who was a second round pick last year, and now they're adding Jonah from Arizona to this list as well. They still need even more investment there, but this is at least a start that I think is a really solid investment.
Yeah, and I think if they're in on Patrick Paul, right, you just show, or the NFL Network at least is showing Jonah as a guard. Like, that was how they read it off the card. So I think taking a guard early, round 2, really good value. We think of guard as not a premium position anymore, but I think the market and free agency has gone against that. It's reflected that it is actually a very, very important position. I do question the Dolphins trading up to this point, because if you see the next 4 picks, you have the New England Patriots, the Chicago Bears twice straddling the New Orleans Saints at third, and both the Patriots and Saints took tackles in the first round. I don't think they would double dip either of those teams. Maybe Chicago would, but I didn't really anticipate a run of offensive linemen here. Maybe if they thought Jonah, I don't want to butcher his last name, if he was the best available offensive lineman, then all right, let's go up and get him and not have to worry about it. But I think if they were trying to jump ahead of maybe anticipating a run, that might have been a bit misguided.
The Patriots are on the clock. They have about 2 minutes left before they have to submit their pick. The times that we've seen this clock run down, it's been a trade the previous 2 times. Do we think that there is a chance that they take Luther Burden with this pick? I think it would be borderline malpractice to pass on a receiving talent like him when you have such a desperate need there.
Yeah, if you were going to ask us who we thought was going to get taken, I would have said Luther Burden. So, yeah, I think he should be the pick here.
I'm going to go in a different direction. I think it will be receiver, but Jalen Knoll is the guy that I'm focusing on. You know who the Patriots passed on last year, who went 1 pick after Jalen Polk? I think it was 1 pick after. I could be wrong. But I think Ladd McConkey was picked 34 or 30. Whatever went right after the Patriots. He went right after. And I think Knoll's a similar player, not as athletic, not as explosive, but somebody that can operate underneath. And I think if the Patriots want to kind of make up for the mistake of taking somebody that couldn't operate underneath, didn't really uplift Drake May to the level that a McConkey could have, I think Knoll might be the direction they lean in. But yeah, new head coach, so you never know what he's going to value.
Yeah, we'll see. I think this could also be a Travion Henderson spot as well, if they want to add some, juice and not in the receiving room. Consistently, we've kind of seen, when teams have to add just weapons as a whole, a lot of them tend to prioritize running back. And I think that, Travion Henderson is just a player that teams seem to value. I'm not sure if he's a Mike Vrabel type of guy, but it does seem like he's going to come off the board at least in the next few picks.
That's a good shout. I mean, they got less than a minute here, so they could be moving out of it.
Yeah. Anytime you get this late on day 2, I think you're really, really interested in trade offers. Like, look at the Texans pick on pick 34. I'm going to call it pick 2 because of the second pick. They were like, the pick was in after they announced Carson Schlesinger. So if you know who you want, you're going to take them. They're definitely fielding calls. At least on my stream, it's showing that they haven't called in. They're not like doing the round of applause yet. So maybe they're still looking at offers. But yeah, I think Henderson would fit here. Genty was a shout that I think all three of us gave could be an outside possibility at that 4th pick. So I wouldn't mind a running back here.
Yeah, pick is in. So they made up their mind.
Jonathan Jones has said that the Patriots will make their pick, and this is all about adding help around Drake May. So that leads me to, one of Luther Burden, Jalen Knoll, or Travion Henderson. I have the pick. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
Go for it.
It is Ohio State running back Travion Henderson. So I'll go ahead and say I got it right. He's an electric player, man. Like he's going to add so much to that offense that they really miss. Honestly, the most explosive player on their team. They add Will Campbell. They add Travion Henderson. This is kind of comparable to what the Carolina Panthers did last year when they, drafted Jonathan Brooks in the 2nd round, right? Obviously, I think Henderson's probably a better prospect, doesn't come with the injury concerns that Jonathan Brooks did. He played in an ideal sort of situation at Ohio State this past year, had a really good offensive line, was able to, play in space a lot of times. Ohio State was really good at designing plays specifically to get the ball into his hands. I wonder how he translates to the NFL, if he's going to be, more of a 2nd, 3rd down back, get him the efficient touches. And then you have a guy like Ramondre Stevenson take the beating on, short yardage plays. I think that's probably what he projects to in this situation, but I think it's a really fun pick for New England.
Yeah. And to that point, right, we just saw his teammate go, 3 or 4 picks before. And that's what Judkins' job was at Ohio State, right? Take the in between the tackles, tough yards, while Henderson can be the home run guy. I think that really tracks as kind of how they're going to use Henderson. Last year, at least 3 different times, and I know this because I played against him in multiple leagues, Ramondre Stevenson got benched before the game, but would play the very first snap on offense. So clearly the previous staff was high on Ramondre Stevenson. So I think they're going to still have a role for him, but Henderson certainly is the more explosive player. And I think he would be, to your point, the much better 3rd down back or the home run hitter that they desperately need.
Yeah, I think you guys touched on pretty much everything there. This dude is explosive. He's going to add a good dynamic for this Patriots offense, who definitely needs some juice. They're lacking, and they still need some more in this draft. Going receiver would have made a ton of sense, but Dylan, like you kind of just touched on, teams are adding these running backs to try to help raise the floor of these teams. We talked about this a lot already, but yeah, this should add a lot for this Patriots offense that's been struggling.
The Bears have 2 of the next 3 picks. They have pick 39. They have pick 41. What are some positions that we think they could potentially add? Maybe a corner, maybe more offensive line help. Maybe they get their running back. I think Caleb Johnson makes a ton of sense for this team in particular. A wide zone running back. He could be their David Montgomery for Chicago, for Ben Johnson in particular. He's probably who I think they'll end up taking with at least one of these 2 picks.
Well, I got to tell you, they're probably really frustrated that Travion Henderson just came off the board. I think all of us have probably looked at the day 2 mock drafts all throughout today, and it was always Travion Henderson plus somebody else. So I think running back will be a shout here. Maybe Dylan Sampson could be their Jahmyr Gibbs, like the explosive.
I would like that.
Jahmyr, like 60% of Jahmyr Gibbs, maybe closer to Devon Achane there. But I got to think that they would look at Will Johnson here as well. I don't think their secondary is bad, but I think that 2nd corner or maybe 3rd corner could be a look for them, especially with the kind of shenanigans we saw from, and I'm blanking on his name, but the guy that gave up the Hail Mary against Washington He was involved in the Bryce Young trade. I can't place his name. He's a corner from Miami, but
Stevenson.
yeah, Tyreek Stevenson. Maybe that could be the Tyreek Stevenson replacement, but you have to think running back at one of these two picks.
So the first of these two picks is in, and it's not a running back. It's actually a defensive player. This is defensive tackle from Toledo, Darius Alexander.
Okay.
So Alexander is somebody that I know for a fact the NFL was higher on. A lot of people who sourced information would kind of sneak him to the back half of their first round mock draft. An older player, incredibly productive throughout the past 2 years at Toledo. He's somebody that I think is going to be an impact interior defensive lineman from day one. I think he can play the nose. I think he can play 3-tech depending on what you want him to do. He's a really, win now type of pick. And, this Bears team has added a lot to their defensive line, right? They've added, I'm blanking on his name, Grady Jarrett. They've added Dayo Odingbo from the Colts. And now they add Darius Alexander. This is a team that really struggled to build around Montez Sweat on their front four. And this is a player that I think is really going to help them.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. If I was going to say something before the pick was in, I was going to touch on defensive line just because y'all had hit DB and running back already. But yeah, Darius Alexander, I mean, he's an interesting player, like big, massive guy, dominant. You can see like what the appeal is with him when you watch him. But yeah, maybe a little bit higher than we might have expected. But I think it makes a ton of sense. Dylan, I think you hit pretty much everything on the head there.
And I think if you look back to, I think it was 2 years ago when they took Gervon Dexter from Florida, I believe in the second round, Zach Pickens from South Carolina, and either the second or third round, they were really looking to fortify the interior, get production from there. Hasn't panned out to a super high level with either of them, but I think if Darius Alexander can become what they thought either of those two players were, particularly Pickens, who was kind of undersized, but they drafted him to play the nose tackle spot or the 1-tech spot. I think it's a home run for him. I think I would have preferred TJ Sanders if we're going just pure interior defensive line. But you can see the appeal with Darius Alexander, who I believe was 61 on our 2-point conversion board. So pretty good value still at the 39th pick.
Yeah, he was a solid second round pick on my personal board. I think he's a very talented player. Small school, older prospect is going to turn a lot of people off from him, but he makes a lot of sense in my opinion. Next up, the Saints are on the clock. Let's get some quick names that you think the Saints could end up taking.
Corner. Will Johnson, Morrison, any of those guys tied the top here. I mean, they lost both of their starting corners last year. Cat that went to Washington and somebody else. I can't remember.
Paulson Adebo goes to New York in free agency. I like that. Siobhan Rebel, the ECU guy. That could be an interesting shout. Did you see the pick, Dylan? And is that why you're freaking out? Is that what that was?
So maybe we got some bad info.
Oh yeah. I'm all right, so let's walk it back to the Bears pick at pick 39. It is not Darius Alexander. Maybe he's the 41st overall pick. But
this is the problem with jumping the gun on tipped picks is you might get one wrong every now and then. So
but
that's my
we
bad.
Got our mistake out early. It's like when you're playing basketball, you want to get your misses out pre-game. But Luther
you guys saw me
Burden,
jump back.
Yeah, you're shaking there. But Luther Burden, the third, out of Missouri, I think for all of us was a first-round player, or at least top 32 player.
Yeah.
Really, really high upside. I find it interesting, right, that after including DJ Moore in the trade and after targeting Rome Odunze in the top 10 last year, that they go wide receiver so early here. But Keenan Allen provided little to nothing for them last year. He came in with the Kelvin Benjamin diet, one Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end, as Booger McFarland would say. And I think that if you project Luther Burden to his highest value, you could see a Keenan Allen type player if you can extract like his 90th percentile or something like that. So I really like this here. They're continuing to help Caleb Williams in his second year. There's no excuses for this offense this year for me, though, because they're going all in this year for Caleb Williams.
I really hate that they used the pick the Panthers gave them on Luther Burden.
Yeah,
I was just about to say.
it does sting, but at least we got the consensus better receiver. I'll say. I know some of us are. I don't know if any of us are higher on Burden than McMillan, but I know a lot of people in the Panthers fandom are.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I looked on my phone to see Schefter tweet, Panthers and Bears 2023 blockbuster trade is now final.
They had this one in the drafts for sure. Burden's electric. I love what he's able to give you after the catch, and I feel like him landing on a team that has Ben Johnson is just going to be able to maximize the most that he can. I do worry. They've added Colston Loveland. They've added Luther Burden. Those are some real weapons. They also already had Roma Dunse. They already had DJ Moore. I wonder if it's to the point where there's almost too many mouths to feed with, 5 players who are just really solid, high investments, right? So that's my only real concern. And I kind of think they maybe should have taken an offensive lineman instead, but I'm not going to complain about the value of what Luther Burden brings. He was the highest player left on my board, so I 100% get the pick here.
Yeah. Jacob touched on this, but my first thought as soon as the pick popped up was no more Keenan Allen. I think that's just like a like for like swap right there with the way that Burden can run routes. Extremely agile, quick feet. He can move, man. And we were all pretty high on him, and he's had a down year, especially coming off that 2023 season where it looked like he was going to be like the wide receiver 1 in this class, and he fell off a bit, but the talent is still there. And the Bears are clearly buying into that. And like you guys just said, going into an offense that already has so many weapons, I mean, he's going to be able to, hopefully carve his own role out and be able to thrive.
Well, no disrespect to anybody in here, but I think we could have done what Brady Cook did for spurts of last year. So I think that explains away some of Luther Burden's fall off, regression, if you will.
For sure.
So the pick is in for the Saints. Any guesses? Just give me one quick name for both of you.
Tyler Shuck. Let's do it.
Oh, my goodness. Will Johnson. I'm going to just keep saying it until it happens.
Yeah. Tyler Shuck is the pick here.
My no way. Like, as a Panthers fan, I'm wearing the draft hat because it was good luck last night. It looks like it's good luck again today. This is outrageous. Like, I would play Spencer Rattler over him just because there's some juice in the tank with Spencer Rattler. But a guy who, and I think each of us have said it on respective episodes of this podcast, he's going to be 26 when week 3 rolls around this season. It's not as bad as the Brandon Weeden pick back whenever that happened, but I just can't see it. And I know the age is the only concern for me. Like, I think we talk about Jackson Dart playing in a gimmick offense. If you know the history of Jeff Brom and him as a play caller and how he's able to elevate players, you would understand that they played in kind of a gimmick Mickey Mouse offense as well. All of Tyler Shuck's throws were quick slant, outside the numbers, or intercepted into like deep triple coverage. So like not even trying to be a Saints hater, this one just really, really confuses me. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitter, you see my board here and you'll notice Shuck's not within the top 100. It's not all age for me. Like, I truly didn't understand him as a super high value prospect. I think he was QB 6 or 7 for me. I liked Riley Leonard better. And I think he was in there with Will Howard for me, but this one's just kind of bizarre to me. I just don't get it.
I mean, especially with Sanders still sitting there on the board. I
wonder what Deion's reaction is going to be.
Oh, you need to tweet something like immediately. Dude, that's crazy. I don't even really know what to say. I mean, Jacob, I think you just hit on everything. I got nothing else to add.
I think he's limited athletically as well. I think he has a really good arm, Tyler Shuck. Like, he can live arm, accesses all 3 levels of the field, but he offers like little escapability in the pocket. If you look at, there's like cut-ups flying around on Twitter of his best throwaways are him like boosting his pressure to sack rate, and it is some of the most bizarre things you have ever seen. And I know that that's a cut-up of only 10 to 15 plays over a 7-year career in college, but man, I just don't get it. Like, you look at Michael Penix Jr. last year, who was in college for 6 seasons, right? But you can explain that away with 4 consecutive season-ending injuries to start his career. And then when he finally did play, he was in the national championship in the college football playoff. Tyler Shuck couldn't even get Louisville to the ACC championship in a pretty weak ACC. So I really don't see it. Hopefully he's able to provide some value for them there, but it's a quarterback, right? So you can explain it away being a high pick. I just really don't like this one.
Yeah, real quick, just a quick update. The Bills have traded for the 41st overall pick.
Okay.
So they are officially on the clock. But I want to finish up some thoughts on Tyler Shuck. I mean, the age, like he's 26 years old. I guess the Saints have their starting quarterback next year, right? I mean, if you're going to take a 26-year-old quarterback, I would assume that, especially in the top 50, he's at least going to get some starts this year. I don't love the process for the Saints where, you're kind of, in my opinion, if you're going to take a quarterback in the second round, it's probably best if he's a stash type of player. Because usually, the good ones are gone by this point. And, you don't really want to burn a pick on a quarterback if you're going to end up picking in the top 5 the next year anyways, right? We saw that with Matt Corral, going to the Panthers in the 3rd round, Will Levis going to the Titans in the 2nd round. So I think it's a situation where, right now, like I guess it's some instant gratification for Saints fans to have a quarterback for next year, even if it's maybe not the one they wanted in Shedeur Sanders. But I don't love the process for the New Orleans Saints, who are likely going to be picking, top 5, top 10 again next year. So real quick, who do you guys think the Bills are going to end up taking with this 41st overall selection?
I think they're going to go D-line here. I'm thinking Princely, or edge rather. So
Okay.
I'm thinking either edge or D-line.
I'm going to rock with safety. I think corner and safety were their 2 biggest needs, and they took a corner last night, so safety is what I'm looking at. I'm seeing the parameters now. It's a 2, 3, and 7 for the Bills are giving a 2, 2, and a 4. So I think a decently rich trade up to get rid of both your second-round picks and a 4th to bring back a 2 and a 3. So they have a player in mind that they're targeting, right? I think it's going to be like Xavier Watts or Kevin Winston, like a safety they can really use to enforce the back end of their defense.
Do we think it's James Cook replacement?
Ooh. I think if they had traded up 5 picks ago or wherever Travion Henderson was, that could have been it. I don't think that there's any running back left that can quite provide what James Cook was able to provide. We talk about Josh Allen being the MVP, right? James Cook had like 18 rushing touchdowns and over 1,000 yards. Like he was an important player in their offense this past season. And if they're not going to give him the $20 million or whatever he wants per year, maybe they do look at an early pick as his replacement.
I also wonder if this could be the Ezeraku spot, right? They needed an edge rusher to pair with a guy like Greg Rousseau. They have some older guys in Joey Bosa and in Von Miller, so maybe it could be him. Maybe they kind of doubled down like how the Eagles did last year when they took Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, and they end up with Will Johnson here. Any thoughts on potentially that pairing?
That's a good shout. So who'd they take in the 1st round? Hairston, right?
Yeah, Hairston.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I could see Will Johnson being in play there. I mean, but I don't really love the whole double dip thing, so I'm gonna stick with edge. But I wouldn't be surprised.
I think if you want insurance for Maxwell Hairston, Will Johnson's as good as you can get. So I like that fit there, but I'm gonna keep rocking with safety.
Yeah, the pick is in. The Bills select the second Gamecock off the board. This time it's defensive tackle TJ Sanders. So very technically advanced, not edge rusher, defensive lineman, played a lot of 2-eye, a lot of 3-tech. He's somebody that has 3-down potential, solid second-round grade, in my opinion. He was honestly one of the best players on that defensive line that had, future potential top 5 pick Dylan Stewart, Kyle Kennard, who could also go today, and then Tonka Hemingway, who's more likely to go tomorrow. So there's a lot of talent. TJ Sanders stood out among that whole group. So he's somebody that I really like. I wonder if he's going to be more of a pass rushing specialist at this overall pick rather than somebody they're going to expect to play 3 downs right away.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick. I mean, even if he was a pass rushing specialist at this point, I don't think that's a bad thing for a team like Buffalo. I mean, we just saw what the formula was to beat the Chiefs, and they've got to get over that hump, man. So keep building in the trenches and add that talent, get Mahomes on the ground, to get go win the AFC Championship, man.
My I like what you're saying. I think the question for me would be, what is his path to early playing time? Because I don't think you can think of Ed Oliver as a stout run defender by any means, just based on his size, right? So if they're drafting him to be a pass rush specialist, uh, is it only going to be third downs or something like that? Because I do think that they need, or maybe not need isn't the right word, but if they're going to have Ed Oliver on the field, who's a really good pass rusher, I don't think you can take him off necessarily on gotta have it down. So I'm looking at the path toward playing time with Sanders, but I think the value is there with the was this the 41st pick? I think the value is there. It's a good pick. I just don't think he's going to be able to see like super immediate 50% of the snaps in his rookie year.
So I want to do a quick reset. I want to just kind of go over the top available players left on the board. I've kind of just been keeping track on my own personal board of, the guys that have been taken so far. So we have Mike Green, Will Johnson, those who are falling due to reasons, personal. We'll say that, right? Josiah Stewart, Princely Uman Yellen, Siobhan Ravel, Landon Jackson, Ashton Gelati, Trey Amos, Jalen Knoll, Darius Alexander, who we thought was going to be picked by the Chicago Bears, didn't happen. Mason Taylor, Nick Scorton, Deion Walker, Isaiah Bond probably won't get picked, but he's pretty high on my board. This was kind of created before all of the other stuff came out. Caleb Johnson, Darian Porter, Braden Swinston. So there is a lot of talent left, and we're only at pick 42 overall. Who do you guys think could end up coming off the board relatively soon? I didn't even mention Ezraku, who's lower on my board, but I would, it would probably be a mistake not to mention him.
Well, don't say Darian Porter with Steve in attendance now. He could be off the board if Hairston goes round 1. You never know. Porter could go in round 2. I think some of those edge rushers, right? We haven't seen one yet, if I'm correct, and I think we just hit 10 picks, or we're almost about to hit 10 picks. And I think there are quite a few edge rushers left that can provide pretty immediate value. So I'm looking at guys like Ezraku, Princely Uman is maybe a designated pass rusher. Some of those high value edge rushers or high regarded edge rushers, I think we're going to start seeing them fly off the board.
Yeah, them and the safeties. You got a pretty good safety class here, especially in the second round with Xavier Watts, Makuba, Kevin Winston Jr. Watts in particular, I feel like is a guy who's his role is pretty obvious, I feel like, in the NFL. I think he's going to come in and kind of, you can see the path for him just being like a leader of a defense, that guy on the back end who keeps everything in control. And I like his game a lot, just in terms of like how he plays and the way he goes about things. But I will look there, safety, edge, like Jacob just said.
The pick is in. It is tight end from LSU, Mason Taylor. I actually really like this pick. I thought he had an outside chance to go on round 1, maybe to the Los Angeles Rams potentially. But I think he's a really solid fit. If you kind of stack the board like how the Jets did, and really it kind of reminds me of how the Chargers did last year, where you take your elite tackle in the top 10 and you come back, you get your tight end, your wide receiver like the Jets have this year in Mason Taylor. I think it's a better stack of, maybe a tight end at 7 overall, maybe say, Tyler Warren, and then an offensive tackle with this pick. So Aaron Glenn is going to have to wait on, whatever the first defensive player he takes. But Mason Taylor, I think, is a great value, great all-around young tight end that they're going to add there.
Yeah, good value right here. Pick 42? I like that a lot for them. Definitely. I mean, they're giving Justin Fields a chance for this year, which I respect a lot. Like let the kid go out there and show what he's got, and if it doesn't work next year, we can figure it out. But Taylor, pretty good prospect. I mean, I think we probably expect him to go a little bit earlier than this. So I mean, this is pretty good for them.
Yeah, and it's all about creating an infrastructure, right? You mentioned giving Justin Fields a chance. If they don't think Fields is the future, it's going to give the next QB a chance, because I think they have if Membu turns out the way we think, and if Fashanu from last year turns out to be I think I had him as my 5th overall player last year. If that turns out well, if Taylor is the guy that we think he is, and I really think Taylor has a ton of potential, then whoever the next QB that comes in is going to have an easier time than, say, maybe Bryce Young when he came to the Panthers, or Caleb Williams last year with the Bears.
So the 49ers are on the clock right now. Let's get a few guesses as to who they could take. Me personally, if they don't invest in their offensive line at some point, it's really going to come back to bite them. So I really think that they should take maybe a Charles Grant right here, maybe a Marcus Mbao. But I think that they need to invest in their offensive line.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I was looking at Ariante Irsay is my pick here, but I think for them it was either going to be offensive line in the first round or offensive line now, and first round with Michael Williams. So here we are.
Yeah, they missed out on the tackle run, right? All three guys went just before, or 2 picks before they had the pick, and I like Michael Williams for them. I'm with you guys. O-line has to be a thing you consider here, but the rest of their defense, I think, sneakily needs a ton of replacement. So it would not shock me if we get maybe the Talanoa Hufanga replacement here. If this could be the Xavier Watts team, like you're talking about, Steve, just coming in and being an immediate impact player for him. But if I had to stake my claim, it would be offensive lineman.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think that they could go. They have a lot of needs, right? I think that Schlesinger would have been a really good potential fit for them had he fallen this far. I'm looking at kind of my notifications, and apparently they were looking to trade up for a little bit, according to Albert Greer. So I wonder if maybe it was a Will Johnson type of thing, right? They lost their corner, I can't remember his name, to the Indianapolis Colts, but maybe it's Will Johnson. I think that would make a ton of sense as well. So, any potential thoughts on that?
I like it. I mean, Will Johnson at this point for anybody is going to be a good pick, at least in my opinion. So if that's where the route they want to go, no complaints from me.
Yeah, best value available. I think there's some pretty clear concern at this point about medical red flags or injuries. If somebody this talented has moved all the way down to, we're at 43 now with the 49ers. So maybe Johnson is somebody, if they take him, that they give him a while to come along. But like you're saying, Steve, you can't complain getting somebody that talented this late in the draft.
Yeah, so apparently the pick is in. I'm not seeing who it is yet, but Dallas is on the clock. So we'll see. We'll get an answer here soon. What's kind of been your favorite pick of the second round so far?
Jacob, you got one?
I got to look. I'd probably have to go with Luther Burden. I really like that one. He's been last year. If we just took his tape from 2023, he would have been my receiver too. Like, he was that dominant. And like we're talking about a little bit of a regression, but he comes to a place in Chicago where he doesn't have to be the number 1, number 2, maybe not even the number 3 option, because they took Colston Loveland with the 10th overall pick, and he can kind of be himself, do what he does best, and thrive with maybe the most creative play caller in the league. So really like that fit for Burden.
Yeah, I mean, I'm torn between the Browns taking Schlesinger and the Jets taking Mason Taylor just now. I think both of those guys are just really good players who are going to be good pros for a long time. And then pretty much everything else on this board has been taken so far. A little shaky, a little weird, and just not kind of what was expected in a sense. Not bad picks per se, but just not what we expected.
I love the Henderson pick to New England. I think he adds an element to their offense that they desperately needed. We have a pick that is in. Steve, it is your guy. Alfred Collins, defensive tackle out of Texas, is going to the San Francisco 49ers. So they add another, beefy presence up front. The amount of, talent that they've added to their run defense between Michael Williams, Alfred Collins is a solid nose tackle option. They have added a ton up front defensively. I question whether they were really considering, an offensive lineman here. I think that really should have probably been the pick. Like, they need, honestly, 3 starters at some point. And Trent Williams is getting up there as well. So I wonder if that'll come later in the draft. But, for now, Alfred Collins he's kind of a stone wall up front.
Yeah, you called him my guy, but even this was probably a little bit touch too early for my liking. But I think it's clear what they're trying to do in San Francisco with him and Michael Williams. I mean, like you said, the run defense just went way up with those 2 guys. So, hey, I mean, in that regard, you cannot complain. Like you've touched on this before, but question his ability on third down, getting to the passer. I think he's got some potential there. I like what I've seen so far. I mean, just big, dominant, powerful guy on the interior of that D line.
Well, you call him Steve's guy, but you have my board up here, and if you look at it, he's my fifth defensive lineman behind guys like Graham, Walter Nolan, Derek Harmon, and Kenneth Grant. I really love Alfred Collins. I think he's going to provide a lot of value with that Niners defensive line that now has another really good run defender in Michael Williams. I wrote in, I think it was my second mock, maybe it was my third mock, that sneakily what has driven the 49ers in their competitive window. Obviously, Kyle Shanahan's a very unique play caller, and they have really good skill position weapons, but their defense was like scary to play against. And a lot of those enforcers are gone, especially this year with Dre Greenlaw and Hufanga leaving to Denver. So getting replacements along the defense, especially along the front, you can't complain about that if you're a Niners fan.
The Cowboys pick is in, and it is Donovan Ezeurakwu, an edge rusher from Boston College. So he falls all the way to the 44th overall pick. He's somebody that, I was a little bit lower on. I had a third round grade on Ezeurakwu, but an incredibly productive, long player who was, he led the ACC in sacks this past year. He had a ridiculous amount, incredibly technically advanced, really good dip. He had a really nice 3-cone as well. So he's somebody that, the Cowboys needed a little bit of juice off the edge. And I think that at this point in the draft, Ezeurakwu is a pretty fine bet at that point.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty good value. I mean, he was my fourth best remaining player. So good value there, especially at a premium position. Panthers Twitter is probably a little upset. So, I mean, that kind of sucks for them. But, hey, what can you do?
Yeah, and I'm right there with him. He was my 30th overall player, I think. I was a little bit higher on him than Dylan was. I think he had the best dip and bend in the class, but really limited in terms of athleticism, right? And so I think if you're taking a guy here with the Cowboys, I don't think he's not going to be the guy, right? Because you have Micah Parsons. But even as a secondary rusher, you're not going to see him bowling through offensive linemen at the next level. So it's going to be interesting. I wonder what the rest of what they're going to do, because the Cowboys, they told us all off season they want to take a receiver. They have not taken a receiver yet with their first two selections. But I wonder if this is where the edge rusher run starts. Like, that's the big question for me.
So, Steve, I want to get your thoughts on the draft guide that we've put out, right? So we put a ton of work into it. We've, there's 100+ player profiles in there, right? 100+ comparisons. There's just a lot of analysis. And I kind of want to get your process kind of evaluating a lot of the DBs and interior offensive linemen that you did.
Yeah, man. I mean, it was a fun project for sure. Definitely something that I've wanted to do for a long time now. Just happy to have the opportunity to do it. And watching these DBs and O linemen was fun. I mean, it's kind of something that I usually do just for fun, like on a when draft season kind of approaches. But being able to actually sit down and look at it, in a deeper lens was really cool. And you learn a lot about some of these guys, and it's hard to sort of give and take in certain places if that makes any sense. But yeah, it was a good project, man.
Yeah, it was really fun to work on it. We put a ton of hours and time and blood, sweat, and tears, for lack of a better term, into the draft guide. So if you guys haven't already, there's 50 people watching, go check it out. The visuals that our graphic designer Colt produced are just simply incredible. Here's kind of a sample, if you're watching live, of the work that we did on an individual profile. Josiah Stewart, who could potentially hear his name called today, maybe. We'll see. That 4.85 40-yard dash didn't necessarily help, but get this QR code out of the way so you can see the whole profile. So there's a bio, there's a grade, there's all of the height, weight, age, all of that nonsense, strengths, weaknesses, player comparison, all in this compact, easily digestible format. So I think it's a really great product. Steve, did you have a favorite player that you evaluated while kind of going through it?
Oh man, shoot, let me Probably Makuba, actually.
Yeah,
I didn't think I was. I mean, and that might be like a popular pick just in terms of like what I see from big draft online, but like he was a kind of like the kind of archetype of safety that I don't usually like tend to like these like smaller guys and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, this dude could play, and you could just see him flying all over the field and making plays left and right. Aggressive in the running game, good ball skills, just all around good player. Kind of somebody that I'm hoping we might see in our little Carolina combo pick here up soon.
Jacob, any thoughts on Makuba?
Yeah, I really like him. I think he was. I gotta look at my board, but he was either 3 or 4. He was safety 2 for me. That's right. I had him, Watts, and Imanwari like really clustered together. But kind of opposite of what Steve is talking about. I like safeties that are rangy erasers on the back end of the defense. One of the things I talk about with safeties and linebackers, for that matter, is final frame player. Somebody that when you're watching film or even when you're watching the game on TV, they will always show up when the ball carrier is
Yeah.
tackled or that pass is broken up. Makuba's like that, and that kind of drives his value up for me. Maybe he could be a shout with our third round pick. I would love that. But if there's an edge rusher run that's going to start, I think teams like the Panthers that need edge rushers, other teams like that might need to move up, kick it into gear to get some of these guys because, like we talked about, there are a lot of good edge rushers left. But I think Ezeraku was probably the highest consensus guy left, other than maybe Mike Green. So if the Colts pick is in and that's an edge rusher, I think we might start seeing some movement.
So the Colts pick is in, and it is in fact an edge rusher. It is JT Tuimoloau, the Ohio State edge. I'm going to let you guys talk about him while I update a few things on the back end of the stream. So JT Tuimoloau, we'll start with you, Jacob.
I think he's pretty underrated. He was and I say underrated, right? Because he was a high value recruit coming out of high school. I think he was like the 3rd recruit in his class, but he's kind of fallen under the radar with people like Abdul Carter, with James Pierce over the last couple of years. JT Tuimoloau has 12 and a half sacks this year, I believe. Was the best, not the best, second best defensive player on the Ohio State team this year. Obviously, Caleb Downs was the best player on that team. But really solid edge rusher, has the adequate size that NFL teams like. He's going to be a 6'4", 6'5" guy, 260-plus pounds. And I'm kind of surprised that the Colts took him because the defensive front isn't something I would picture the Colts heavily investing in, especially after taking somebody of similar size and stature last year in Leitu Latu. But I think he's a really good player. Somebody I wouldn't have minded with the Panthers pick, but interesting pick for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, flew under the radar. It could be like sort of falling victim to just how good that team was, that Ohio State team, playing alongside some other guys who were definitely going to get drafted probably yesterday. But yeah, smooth player, aggressive at the point of attack. He's got a good little bag on him too. Just his ability to get to the quarterback is there. Like Jacob just said, he had 12 and a half sacks or something like that. So definitely he has the production. I think literally it's just kind of one of those things where he got overthought in big draft at least. But I mean, here he goes, 45 to the Colts, and that seems pretty spot on for him.
And I'll say one last thing on him. If you want to be convinced and convicted on him, just look at any time they played Penn State. He had a grudge against Penn State. He would destroy whoever that was. Olu Fashanu, the Jets' first-round pick last year, that was like his only bad tape was whenever he had to go up against JTT.
He respects a rivalry.
We've got another pick that's in. This one actually really surprises me. It is to the Los Angeles Rams, Oregon tight end Terrence Ferguson. So This is a pass-catching tight end, right? I think we connected the Rams a lot to Mason Taylor, and I don't know how many times you had it in your mock drafts, Jacob, but I think I had it in nearly every single mock draft that I did, just because I felt like it made a ton of sense. The Rams have always kind of been searching for this long-term pass-catching tight end, so it's an interesting pick for sure. This is the pick that Atlanta gave up in order to, in addition to a future first, a future third, move up to get their guy in James Pierce. But Terrence Ferguson, an interesting pick in the middle of the second round.
So to leapfrog you a bit here, Steve, this is my first red player on my board, and not red in a bad way, but in my tiers, red is day 3. I see the upside with Terrence Ferguson, right? Like he has this incredible frame. I think some untapped athletic potential as a receiver, but as far as a blocker, I think he kind of just stands in the way. I think he's a bit unrefined. But to your point, and I think you and I talked about it on it might have been the bold predictions episode, Dylan, where Mason Taylor to the Rams made a ton of sense.
Yeah.
You can't fault them for finally getting that tight end, right? I think that was the last piece they needed. I'm just not sure that Ferguson can be like an adequate starter immediately. I think if they were in this position, they could have tried to trade up for Mason Taylor, or if they like an Elijah Arroyo. Harold Fannon's kind of a weird one, but I think that there were more immediate receiving upside starters at the position. But I think we correctly identified tight end as something that they were honing in on early in the draft.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you just said, I have him sitting here at 85, so definitely a little bit of a reach, but I guess that's just a position of need for them that they really felt like they needed to address now. And I mean, kind of shocked to see it like not be one of these other guys, Fannin or Arroyo, but Ferguson. I mean, he's got some game, and I think he can. There's something in there. There's some untapped potential for sure, especially as a pass catcher. I mean, long, lanky kind of a player, but he's solid, man, and I could see it working out for them, but definitely a little rich.
From what I understand, he was a big 30 visit guy as well. Like he went around across the country during the process, meeting with teams. The Panthers, I believe, were one of the teams that met with him with a 30 visit. So obviously, somebody who's very highly regarded, has some untapped potential, and I'm excited to see how he fits in with Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, Tutu Atwell. I think didn't he re-sign a 1 or 2 year deal there? So interested to see what happens, but seems like they finally got their tight end.
I have the Cardinals pick. Any guesses? We'll just say the name and then we'll all announce the pick.
Will Johnson.
Will Johnson.
That's the pick. Yeah.
Oh,
For the Cardinals select Will Johnson, corner out of Michigan. Steve, I'll let you take the lead on this one since you had the corners in our draft guide. But Will Johnson is, at this point in the draft, just how could you not love the value here?
Yeah, the value is insane for him. I have him 7th overall player, so definitely comfortably top 10 for me.
Yeah,
Would
you
be
both
top
were
5.
really high on him, actually.
Yeah, I mean, he probably would have been top 5 if it wasn't for the injury. But I mean, I just think he's like the prototypical kind of archetype of cornerback that teams are looking for now in the NFL. Just he's got great size, athletic, smooth player. He just looks comfortable and he looks always in control. Out when he's out there playing, and he's got good ball skills, which is kind of rare for a corner these days. I feel like guys don't know how to catch and make a play on the ball, but he's good, man. And I think he's kind of got that potential to sort of be that lockdown guy on the perimeter, a guy that he's going to take away a team's best receiver or take away that side of the field. I like this a lot for Arizona, man. I like what they're building. Who's that first round pick? Walter Nolan in the first round. Jacob, I know you're really on him.
Mm-hmm.
That defense looks like it could be pretty special.
Yeah, for me, they get my 5th and 6th overall players. Nolan was my 5th, and Will Johnson was my 6th. In my final mock for 2-point conversion before the draft landed, I had them taking Will Johnson with the 16th pick. And they end up getting him, was this pick 47, so a round later. Reminds you of Joey Porter Jr. a couple years ago with the Steelers. Like that entire process, he was mocked to the Steelers throughout, and then they finally get him at pick 33 or 34 that year, so a round later. But incredibly talented individual. Kind of reminds me of J.C. Horn with the build. I don't think he necessarily has the speed that J.C. Horn provides, but a guy that can really truly become a wide receiver, a corner one. And that's something that the Cardinals needed. I think they had done an adequate job with their defensive front. So getting somebody on the back end to play off of Max Melton, play off of Budda Baker, and I think Jalen Thompson's their other starting safety there. You got to love it. You have to hope that the medicals check out, because if they do, This is a tremendous steal for Arizona.
Yeah.
So we're officially on Shador Sanders' watch once again.
Vegas.
The Vegas Raiders are on the clock. This was a team that Ian Rappaport mentioned could be the one that takes Shador Sanders. Maybe they knew nobody in the second round was going to be interested, which is why they potentially, traded down. I'm not saying that's for sure what happened, but it'll be interesting to see. Do you guys think that that's actually going to happen? And if not, what's a potential target you could see going here?
I mean, I honestly don't think it's going to happen at this point.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm watching Tyler Shuck, no disrespect, go off the board before Shador Sanders, then I don't know. Yeah. I don't remember who it was that Vegas traded with here for somebody else to move up. But again, if this isn't Shador, then I think we have to wait all the way till Pittsburgh, or if Vegas, I don't know what Vegas's third round situation looks like, but I think it's going to be a while if this isn't here for him. As far as a non-Shador Sanders, they traded back again.
Traded back again. So Houston is now picking with this selection.
Okay, that saved a bit of discussion at least. But maybe Houston has wised up and decides to target an offensive lineman. I think what we have left as far as best available, Ariante Ursary is what we're looking at. And then Marcus Mbao on the inside. Maybe Jared Wilson, the center. But it's hard to tell because I think they took a center in the second round 2 drafts ago. So you never really know as far as Houston goes, but interested to see what direction they head in.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. They should be targeting O-line. Those names, I'm right. I agree with pretty much everything you just said. So
I'm interested to see who the Texans go with. I think they really have to take an offensive lineman here. I wonder if their new offensive coordinator is going to change anything schematically that would lead them to take a guy like Charles Grant, for instance, more of a zone blocking type of guy. Same thing with Marcus Mbao. I think it has to be an offensive lineman. I think that's probably why they traded up to this pick in particular. So I'm looking for the pick. I don't see it in yet, but the Texans, it looks as though they're going to take an offensive lineman.
Let me throw this one at you because we just saw the Rams take a tight end. I believe the new offensive coordinator comes from the Rams coaching staff in Houston.
Okay, yeah.
What if this is all right, we just saw one tight end go. Let's go ahead and grab our guy if we're not convinced Dalton Schultz is the high upside pass catcher. Like maybe this is Elijah Arroyo. Maybe they just want to keep adding weapons and ignoring the O-line, like kind of how the Dolphins have done with Tua. That could be like a sneaky pick for them here.
So I have the pick. It's in. They are selecting offensive lineman Ariante Ursary out of Minnesota. So a versatile piece that they, I think, very clearly needed. He could play left tackle, left guard. I wouldn't be surprised if they just start him at left guard this coming season. I think they're pretty high on Blake Fisher and Titus Howard in those 2 tackle spots. But this was an investment that, the Texans really, really needed in a desperate way. They had, honestly, one of the worst units in the NFL.
Yeah, it's pretty shocking they let it get this bad. I mean, that first year with Stroud a couple of years ago, like the O-line unit held up pretty strong. And now fast forward to last year, and it was a complete mess. So I mean, priority number 1 for them should have been taking care of the quarterback going into this offseason, making sure they can keep their guy healthy and upright and get back to being the playoff contenders that we all expect them to be.
Yeah, and I wonder if. And this shouldn't shape their perception because you should do what your team, like your board is, right? But I wonder if how aggressive the Jaguars are being and being intentional about upgrading their team and making a push, if that's forcing them to be like, all right, let's get serious. Let's quit all this nonsense and get an offensive line because Houston, their rookie year, they made it in by the skin of their teeth. Last year, the rest of their division was just horrible. It can't continue to be that way. So maybe they're finally like, all right, O-line, we have to do O-line because no more Laramie Tunsil and no more. They brought in players that I think were worse than the players they had and people like Ed Ingram. So they really had to go O-line.
Yeah, it was desperate. Honestly, they still need to continually invest in the offensive line with their picks. I don't know what their pick situation looks like at this point after, I think, a trade up or I don't know, I can't remember what they did at the top of the round, but they took Jaden Higgins after a trade down, and they moved up to this pick, 48 overall. So next on the clock is the Cincinnati Bengals. So they took with their first pick Shamar Stewart, very raw player. Do we think that they continue to add to their defensive line, or just defense as a whole, I should say?
I'm gonna go defense as a whole. Probably DB. I would say, just looking at how the board is laid out right now, you got a couple of interesting prospects still sitting here at the top. So I'll lean that way for them. Maybe they can get like an interior guy, maybe a Dion Walker who's sitting right here, but they can go different ways.
I think Walker would be fun, right? He fits the mold of plus size human on the defensive line for them.
Yeah.
But I think we're on safety watch finally. They address one person in their or like a part of their defense, their front on day one. They need to continue to do their defense with day two, and I think Watts, Winston, Makuba could be any of them. I would shout out interior O line, but I just don't think the value is there at this point. However, we've gotten quite a few O linemen, so maybe they feel like there's a run coming. So I would look at like Marcus Mbow or a safety. That's kind of who I'm viewing.
Have there been what's the biggest reach so far today, Ben, for either of you? In my personal board, it's been JT Tuimoloau. Actually, I had him at 91st overall, and he went 45th to the Indianapolis Colts. I haven't had anybody outside of the top 100 go yet. Has that been the case for either of you?
I don't think so for me. I think Ferguson at 84 or something like that was probably the lowest person who's gone so far.
Yeah, I've had two. You guys can probably guess one of them in Tyler Shock.
Yeah,
and then Ferguson also was outside my top 100, but I can see the potential there. You can't hate it, but my board, those are the only two that have been after 100, and then after that, only one past 80, and that was Darius Alexander. So I think we're all well within reason so far. We're on pick 50 or something, top 50 picks so far.
Yeah, we're already through. This is going to be the 49th pick coming up with the Cincinnati Bengals. One name that I'll throw out here before we see who the pick is. There was a report before the draft that the Bengals weren't really concerned about character issues. If that's the case, I could see them doubling down at edge and taking a guy like Mike Green here.
Yeah, I mean, the talent I think is phenomenal with Green, and if they're willing to maybe look past some of the outside concerns, I think you're going to be getting a really good football player, just as far as football is concerned. But I think he fell out of the first round for a reason. His talent certainly warranted being a first-round pick, and I think if they weren't willing to take him in the first round, I would have taken him above Shamar Stewart, just as far as football is concerned. And so I think that same position, if they weren't willing to take them there, I would have pause about them being willing to take him at pick 49. Yeah, they're at 49, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
good shout. That's kind of the way I was landing. If they didn't do it in the first round, I highly doubt they can double back and do it again here.
Yeah, I could see, maybe Savon Ravel here. He's had some injury concerns. I think he's very clearly talented. Same case with Benjamin Morrison. I think they considered guard with their first round pick, had Tyler Booker potentially been there. So maybe they're a team that, invests in the offensive line. I could see, a variety of different paths here. So any final, maybe it's a day three guy that you could see them reaching on, because they've been a team that has tended to reach quite a bit in recent memory.
I have no idea.
I know I said safety, but I'm gonna dark horse Darian Porter here, for you, Steve.
My guy. Look, you're getting a great special teamer if you take him right here, and that means a lot. That means a lot.
It says the pick is in on my stream. I just haven't seen it yet.
So it's another Gamecock. It's linebacker Demetrius Knight.
Okay.
So he's an early down linebacker, not the most athletic in the world, but he's somebody who has traits. He's 25 years old. He's an older player. This is kind of what I was imagining on day one, where they take a ready-made player rather than, a project like what Shamar Stewart potentially was.
Yeah, thick neck linebacker. He's going to fit the run. And they have good linebackers with Logan Wilson and Jermaine Pratt, but I'm pretty sure both of those guys have had trade requests at least over the last 18 months. So maybe they want to get ahead of that. This is kind of like Tyler Shuck. You know what you're going to get. He should be able to come in and fill a role for you pretty quickly. And it was a role that the Bengals needed to be filled.
Yeah, I'm right there with y'all. Former Charlotte 49er as well, so
Yes.
shout him out there. Go Niners. But yeah, I mean, they're getting a solid player here. Maybe a little rich, but slim linebackers right now. We don't got a whole lot left on the board. I know, Dylan, you did that top linebacker article, and you could only get, 5 that were worthy of your
Dude,
time.
bad.
You can only get 4, really. Then you gotta pick one.
Yeah, you're reaching. Like, okay, this safety might be able to play linebacker. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's Smile Munden right there.
It was even counting Jalen Walker as a linebacker, which I didn't really see. So in my top 100, I only have 3, and they've all been taken. And I had Demetrius Knight at 70 overall. So this pick, it's really rich. But if they were going to wait on linebacker, they weren't going to find anybody. To be honest with you, at least that could play from day one. So I guess I kind of understand it, even if the value isn't quite there.
Yeah, for sure. To that point, Smile Munden, he was my linebacker 5. I'm trying to find exactly where I had him on my board. I had him actually top 75, and he reminds me a lot of a player from the 2022 draft, I think, from Nebraska, Jojo Doman. He was a nickel linebacker that never fit the run. All he did was cover the slot receiver, and that's kind of what Munden did. It's a very unique type of role. It's like Shaq Thompson at Washington, if you take away his ability to tackle and fit the run.
I mean, Monden's weird, man.
Yeah, he's really good at covering. Like, you can't take that away from him, but I just don't think you're going to see him in run support. So with the Bengals pick here, I can't fault them whatsoever. Kind of like with Carson Schlesinger at the start of the draft today. Like, all right, if we need a linebacker, there's 2 guys left, and we just got to go get one of them.
So the Broncos are on the clock.
It was a trade? I thought Seattle was on the clock.
Seattle's on the clock. That's my bad.
Okay.
I typed in the Broncos in the ticker that I've got going at the bottom of the screen, so I confused myself a little bit right there. The Seahawks are on the clock. They've taken Nick Emmanwori. They've taken Gray Zabel. Who are some potential fits you think they could take? Maybe Mike Green. Maybe this is the spot. Maybe I'm just looking at my list. Maybe they take a receiver. Potentially an
or Jalen Knoll is still there, but I think they have enough guys that can play the interior. Okay. We got it already.
So I don't have the Seahawks pick, but the number 51 overall pick is actually going to Carolina now. So shout out to Steve. He left 2 minutes before the Panthers traded up. But so Seattle still has.
I don't care about their pick anymore. Let's get into the Panthers here. So this signals something to me. I think that this could be edge for Seattle, and then Carolina predicts a run about to happen. So now I'm looking at Seattle and thinking, what kind of edge rushers do they have, and who do they not have? They have a couple of wiry guys like Mboye Mafe, Uchenna Nwosu. They don't have a huge guy, kind of like a Shamar Stewart or Michael Williams. And so I'm thinking Nick Scorton for Seattle if they're going to go edge rusher. And then I just clicked on my board. And then for the Panthers, that would make me think somebody like Ashton Gelati or one of the 30 visits we had.
So Seattle's going
Arroyo,
the tight end.
Okay.
Miami. So we can quickly hit on that and then get to the Panthers.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Yeah.
I think both of us were in favor of them taking either a receiver or a tight end with our final mocks. No, you had Zabel, which credit to you. But throughout the process, we thought that pass catcher was something for them. I had them taking Loveland. Obviously, he goes pick 10. This is, of all the tight ends left, this is the pass catcher, right? And Arroyo. He's going to do very little as far as a blocker, but he can be you don't talk about tight ends as being actual field stretchers. Arroyo can be that with his speed.
Yeah. So I have the Panthers pick, but do you want to hear the trade terms first?
Yeah, let's go for it.
So the Broncos, it's a both teams are trading 4 picks, so half of their class.
4 picks.
So the Broncos are trading 51. That's the top pick that the Panthers are getting. 84, 122, and 208. and the Panthers are trading 57, 704, 111, and 230. So essentially, the Panthers are moving back about 10 picks in both the third and fourth round to move up 6 picks in the second. So with that pick, are you ready?
Is it an edge rusher?
Yes.
Okay. Can I throw a guess real quick?
Go ahead.
I'm gonna go with Ashton Gelati, just one of our 30 visits. It is not okay.
Is Nick Scourton, the
Ooh,
edge
okay,
of
okay.
Texas A&M. I'm a huge fan of it. Honestly, I think that he wasn't somebody that played at the weight that he's going to be at in the NFL, right?
Right.
He's somebody who kind of Texas A&M asked him to bulk up to 280, 285 pounds to play a role that, frankly, he had no business playing. So Scourton is somebody who I think, you go back to the 2023 tape when he was at, Purdue, right? And he was just electric. He's very technically advanced and was at Purdue, right? So he's got juice, I think, more than what he showed this past year at Texas A&M, quick off the ball. And he's, very technically refined. Additionally, I think that people are pretty high on his character, which makes sense. It's something the Panthers seem to value, at least early in drafts.
Yeah, I love this. Of the players that I had left that were inside my top 32, Mike Green, Siobhan Ravel, and Nick Scourton. Scourton was my 31st overall player. Love that we're getting, to me, 2 top 32 players. Panthers haven't done that in recent memory. You bring up a good point that he was playing out of position at Texas A&M. They ballooned him up to 290 pounds for whatever reason. I guess I'm a little bit shocked because this wasn't a reported in-house visit. And the Panthers tend to do that for a lot of their high picks. But I really can't be mad at this. It fits the prototype of the bigger player. And I don't know if Steve has heard the news, but
so have you heard?
Don't even tell me.
Okay. So we'll tell you they traded up first, right? They traded up with the Denver Broncos. Don't look at the ticker. I'm going to take it away, actually. Don't look at it.
Well, let's talk about Seattle, because I think he missed the Seattle Seahawks pick at pick 50.
We missed Seattle, and then we'll get to the Panthers pick just to keep you in suspense a little bit. All right. The Seahawks went and they took tight end Elijah Arroyo from Miami. So a pass catching tight end where, we thought maybe Colston Loveland could follow them in the first round. What's your initial thoughts on, Seattle getting that pass catching, high upside type of guy who is going to pair well with, I think, Sam Darnold in particular?
Who? I'm all over the place. Arroyo. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good pickup for them. Probably what I would have expected the Rams to take if they were going to go tight end here. So, I mean, that's pretty solid, just adding weapons around Darnold, giving him a chance, kind of similar to what we talked about with Fields and that Mason Taylor pick. I like that for them. That's pretty good. Maybe a little on the richer side, but I think that's solid. And they're a team that we were mocking similarly to the Rams, tied into a lot. So I think that makes sense.
Have you prepared yourself for the Panthers pick? Because it is in, at least on my stream, they've called it. Twitter has been called.
I see it. I'm watching.
Okay. What are your initial thoughts?
Initial thoughts is a little unexpected. I think it just wasn't really a name that I thought would ever be in play for us, just either at the 8th pick or down here. I guess we traded up, but at 57 or whatever.
Yeah, he seemed like somebody within the 25 to 45 range. And so to be able to, I think it's an interesting pick. He fits the mold of the larger edge rusher, right? Like he's not the Jalen Walker or James Pierce sized player. And we were talking about it before you got here. Really productive at Purdue 2 seasons ago. Out of position this year, but I have high hopes that he can be somebody that can provide some pass rushing juice in the Panthers edge rushing rotation.
Okay. Sounds good. I'll take that. This is what we need.
The Titans have made their pick. So it's a run on edge rushers is what it is kind of shaping out to be. Any guesses as to who this edge rusher could be before I unveil who it is?
Mike Green.
I'm looking at it, so I won't try to pronounce his name.
Oladejo, the
Okay.
linebacker edge out of UCLA. This is the biggest reach on my board so far.
Yes.
He's been praised for his character. He's very early in his development as an edge rusher, but did flash some juice, particularly in that Penn State game that he played this past year at UCLA. So he's somebody that's going to continue to grow. If you're Tennessee, you're establishing the culture. I'm glad they traded back to the 52nd overall pick rather than taking him at 35. So I think that it's more justifiable, with this 52nd pick, but still somebody that wasn't on my top 100. Jacob, do you want to say where he was in your rankings?
You said he was the biggest reach for you. Mathematically, he has to be the biggest reach for me because he was very last on my board of all the people I watched. Obviously, I didn't watch all the prospects in the class, but he came in at 182. I can see what people like about him. He, along with Jalen Walker, he has like the highest character in the class, right? I believe he's a super young player as well, so there's a lot of upside there. But when I was watching it, it seemed like he didn't have a plan of attack with his rushes, and when he was caught in space, like seemed to hesitate a ton. Like he couldn't decide to go after the quarterback or play like drop into coverage or anything. Even when he would beat his offensive lineman, it seemed like a ton of hesitation. But this it's an upside pick. I don't think anybody expects Oladejo to come in and be a superstar edge rusher or anything. But for a team that's just took their hopeful franchise quarterback, you can play on upside, right? You don't need him to be an immediate 10-sack producer out the gate. Like if he can follow a same progression path that Cam Ward does, it can pay off in the long run. So I can understand why they would do it. I just don't see the immediate ceiling with a bunch of the other edge rushers in the class, especially the ones that have gone just before.
So, Steve, did you see the official trade details for the Panthers trade up?
I have not.
So, I won't tell you the official picks, but it basically boils down to, in order to move up 6 picks in the second round, they traded back about 10 spots in each of the third and fourth rounds. So they move up in the second, they move down twice in these mid rounds, and then their 7th round pick moves up like 20 or so spots. So it's not that much. They're not giving up really any picks. They're trading 4 picks for a pair of 4 picks.
Yeah. Okay. That's not too bad.
It's like an NBA trade. When you see teams like try to sell their second rounders for Mitch Kupchak would do this a ton, where he would try to sell 4 second rounders to go from 34 to 32 in the second round. That's what came to mind when Dylan was trying to explain it to me.
So we have another pick. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are taking cornerback Benjamin Morrison out of Notre Dame. Steve, this is one of your guys, right?
Yeah, one of my guys for sure. I like Morrison a lot, man. Kind of similar to Johnson. I think he's a little bit smaller. Don't quote me on that. But that definitely another smooth cornerback with really good ball skills. Another guy that I think kind of has the potential to sort of, control his area of the field, his side of the field. And again, another guy similarly to Johnson, if it weren't for injuries, would probably be comfortably first round guy. So kind of shocked to see him last this long, but again, like good value pick for them this late. Really like what Tampa Bay's been doing so far as well.
Yeah, I hate how good they are drafting, to be honest with you. They take, in my opinion, a really good player, a ready-made player in Emeka Egbuka, and now they come back and get a player who, is a little bit more scheme dependent than most corners typically are in the second round, but he's somebody that I think is going to fit Todd Bowles, a former DB coach in particular, extremely well.
Yeah, and I don't think he immediately needs to produce, right? I think if the medicals check out, and his were a bit more concerning because they were hip injuries, and if you know anything about corners, right, you need to be able to flip your hips. But if those work out, I think this is a top 15, 20 talent in the class. So again, hate that as a Panthers fan, Tampa's doing things like this, but as an NFL fan in general, you gotta love what they're doing. It seems like they always make the sound decision rather than something that might be like compared to the Titans pick above, which has a high ceiling but could also blow out pretty quick. I think the Buccaneers always end up making the sound pick.
They're it's all balanced out by like the Saints taking Tyler Shuck and Atlanta giving away their first round pick
Yeah.
next year.
Yeah, I like Benjamin Morrison. So the Packers are up with their next pick.
Yeah.
In the first round, they took wide receiver Matthew Golden. They've been long rumored to, a few different corners. Maybe Trey Amos is a guy that they consider here. They need an outside guy in particular, and he would kind of fit that mold. Any thoughts on who they might end up taking here?
Shoot, I need to get my bearings together.
Maybe Ravel from ECU. That
Okay.
could be somebody as well. Older prospect, right? So not a high ceiling, but when he was healthy, top 2 corner in this class in terms of just man coverage ability. So that could be somebody that they target maybe as the Jair Alexander replacement eventually. Because he was another person that, at least in the rumor mill, he was floated out as being a potential trade person. So it could be looking at corner here, like you're saying.
Yeah, I like corner for them.
Pick is in. It is not a corner. It is an offensive tackle, actually. Out of North Carolina State, it's Anthony Belton, number 100 in the 2-point conversion draft guide.
I love this one. I'm a good bit higher on him than I think a lot of people. I even graded him last year when he was still floating around, deciding whether to go into the draft or not. This is one of the more underrated linemen in the class to me. I thought he was a really good starter at left tackle after I think he played on the right side when Ike Ekwonu was there, and when Zavala was there, and then he moved. Really like this one. The Packers love their versatility with offensive linemen. You think about Zach Tom, you think about Elton Jenkins, some of the guys they've taken, Jordan Morgan in last year's first round. And I don't think Belton needs to play immediately, but I think he can give some juice to any of the tackle or guard spots if they need him to play at some point in his rookie year.
Are we shocked it's not like a Marcus Mimbo?
I'm more shocked about that because they love their like center tackle combo players, but I wouldn't hate this one. He comes in right at pick 100 on the 2-point conversion board. I think I actually have them at 100 on my board as well, or 101 on my board as well. Just a good player. Maybe not a flashy player, but I think they needed some O-line depth, so I don't really think you could be mad at it.
This is also a situation where I'm just going to trust the Packers' evaluation on offensive line talent, right? Mm-hmm. They've just continued over and over to prove that, they are, worth, betting on whoever they select, really. And I think that they did need a long-term investment at left tackle. And, if they think that Anthony Belton is that guy, then I think that, I'm willing to trust them.
Yeah, it's like the Ravens, right? It feels like the sky's falling down with the Ravens every year with their offensive linemen, but they sign some backups off of like the Raiders or something, and they always seem to work it out. So really can't hate that one. I guess we can kind of take a moment to recap here. Steve, what's been your favorite pick now that we've had like 15 picks since the last time we asked?
Shoot, favorite pick. It's got to be Arizona taking Will Johnson at 47 when they did. I mean, just because the value right there is it's insane. I mean, just in terms of having him as a top 10 player in the draft, and you get him at 47, 15th pick in the second round is really good. And I just think he's, if healthy, of course, is going to be just step in and be like an immediate lockdown kind of a player is my first guess. If I had to take a second guy outside of him, maybe like a little bit outside the box, I would go probably my guy Alfred Collins, Big Al Collins to San Francisco. I think he plays a very obvious role, and he's going to be good at it. So yeah, that's would be my picks.
That was going to be mine as well, Alfred Collins. I think we're both higher on him than consensus, but if you think about he's Dylan's Darian Porter. But if you think about how Texas's D-line operated 2 years ago, they had Tyvondre Sweat, Byron Murphy. You didn't really hear Alfred Collins' name, but he was in the mix and doing good things for them. And then you lose both of those guys immediately. I think both were top 40 picks in last year's draft. And Alfred Collins really didn't miss a beat. He didn't have like the high backfield sack and pressure production just because they asked him to play from lining up over the center. But I think he did a really good job at stopping the run. And I agree with you. I think he does have some untapped pass rushing juice from that nose tackle spot, which isn't something you see often. And I think with him landing in a spot where you have Nick Bosa, one of the best rushers in the league, and Michael Williams, who can command double teams easily from the outside, maybe you can get some of that that upside as a pass rusher.
Yeah, I don't want to rain on the Alfred Collins parade, but
Yeah.
I kind of just view him as a nose tackle, right? He's a little bit raw, even as somebody who's an older prospect, and that's just a little bit scary to me. He was, he's incredibly athletic, right? He's somebody who carries all of his weight very well. I think he's going to be a nose tackle in the NFL. I just struggle to kind of see, like, when you're taking him in the, with the 43rd overall pick, I think that you need a little bit more to your game. I think that, just a run stuffing nose tackle that's only going to be available on early downs, that's just not a skill set that I'm willing to invest in unless they do have some real pass rushing juice, which is why I really like a guy like Kenneth Grant. It's why, Dexter Lawrence went so high. I'm just not the biggest fan of a pick like this.
And with that in mind, this is a pick I'm not a huge fan of with the Chargers coming in. Trey Harris, the receiver from Ole Miss, kind of like with Jackson Dart to me, you got to apply the Lane Kiffin tax. Like, how much of it is the scheme? Because all of his, not all of his touches, I don't want to take credit away from him, but a lot of his stuff was designed to where it puts the cornerback that's guarding him in distress and always a step behind and gives him a pretty clean runway for yak opportunity, which was his calling card. He can be a pretty good downfield receiver. We talked about there might be a run on X receivers going forward, but I think it's a little bit rich for me. He would have fallen outside my top 10 receivers, or receivers that I would take within the first 2 rounds.
Are you just scarred from Jonathan Mingo?
A little bit, right? And it's not just Mingo either. Elijah Moore before him did not pan out in the same, and obviously different body types, different skill sets. But anytime where you find somebody that just thrives in their role, but when you watch him, it's like what does he do? Like, how is he beating these players? He's not beating them. The scheme is beating them. That's what gives me a little bit of hesitation.
Mm-hmm. Very fair.
The Bears are on the clock. I believe their pick is in because the 57th pick, which the Broncos owned originally from the Panthers, trade up for Nick Scorton. That pick is now going to the Detroit Lions. So the Bears pick is in. I'm not sure who it is, but I think Caleb Johnson makes a ton of sense here.
Yeah. Best available running back left, right? Him and then Dylan Sampson, I guess, are the next 2 there. They don't need a running back super badly, but you would like to have one. And with Ben Johnson being a part of the team that took Jahmyr Gibbs that high, you have to think he values having good running backs. Caleb Johnson makes a ton of sense here.
I can see them go trenches here on defense as well. Just keep building up on that side of the ball.
So this is trenches. It's not defense. It's offensive tackle out of Boston College, Ozzie Trapillo. So 8, just massive frame. He's somebody that I really liked on day 2 as a potential tackle option for the Carolina Panthers if he was there at 74, which was the original pick for Carolina. But I think he's somebody that is incredibly talented. I think he's a low risk, high reward player. Just the physical tools. It's really hard to beat guys that are 6'8", and he is the perfect player to bet on. I really hate the smart decisions that the Bears are making selfishly, as somebody that has watched them use Panthers picks like a lot recently. So I think Trapillo is a really good value here at pick 57, I think, or 56, excuse me.
And I think the special thing about this pick is they don't necessarily need him to start. I think that they can be content with Braxton Jones manning the left tackle spot, at least just for this season. But if he can provide starter value here in the second round, that's huge. I agree with you. I think he was more of a 3rd round target for a lot of teams. But you're seeing all these offensive linemen go, right? Like we saw Anthony Belton go a couple picks ago to their division rivals. So I think if you are convicted on an O lineman, you just have to go get him now because the available playable O linemen in their rookie year are probably going to be gone by the end of this round or maybe halfway through the third round.
So go ahead, Steve. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I was just going to follow up on that point Jacob just made about them not necessarily needing him to step in and start right away because they've done a good job of just building up that offensive line throughout free agency this season. And with the guys that they previously had on there who, hopefully they take a next step up and see what kind of reps they can bring in. But yeah, I mean, this is just another good investment of, adding depth to a position, to a unit that, that needs it on that team. And the Bears have really put themselves in a good spot to just kind of keep taking whoever they have is the best player available on their board and just continuing to build around this young unit.
So 3 NFC North teams have picked in the last 4 picks. The Lions pick is in. I'm going to tell you who it is in a second, but it's another offensive lineman. So all 3 of those, NFC North teams end up investing in their offensive trenches. This pick is Georgia guard Tate Ratledge. So, Jacob, I know you're a pretty big fan of him. I'll let you take the lead.
Yeah, he was somebody in the process that I didn't like at first when I watched him, but I listened to a lot of like the Athletic Football Show, that kind of Football 301. And then I was like, what am I missing? So I went back and watched him. He's a nasty player. I like nasty O linemen, guys that are willing to put other players on the ground. I think he was my 6th overall guard, and at this point in the draft, if you can get somebody that can come in and start or be a depth piece behind, I can't recall who they replaced. Their guard, they had Kevin Zeitler, right, but they replaced him with somebody. Don't remember exactly who it is, but I think Ratledge could provide value as a starting guard immediately, especially in an O line that has 3 or 4 like really good starters already, right? Like even if this guy's your weak link, your rookie's your weak link, you can't be too mad at that.
I think that, like you said, he's I think a high ceiling type of player because the athleticism is just kind of unreal. He's had an up and down career at Georgia. Somebody that I think is gonna maybe need some development, but this is kind of just a classic, Dan Campbell type of draft. You have an investment on the defensive line in Tyleik Williams, and now you're getting this big, mean guard. This guy is 6'7", if I'm not mistaken. So he is a massive presence for the interior, and just fortifying the offensive line more for Jared Goff for sure.
Yeah, this is as Dan Campbell would say, he's a kneecap biter type of player there, and that really fits the culture, like you're saying, of the Lions. So gotta like it. And to your point, it's completely coincidental, right, that it's the 3 NFC North teams, but interior offensive line run here. There's not a ton of players left that at least I would feel good about taking here in the second round. Like maybe Marcus Embo or another Georgia player, Jared Wilson, their center. But I wonder if we're gonna like sap all of the interior offensive linemen here at the end of the second round and then just be left with developmental players going forward.
Stop me if you've heard this before. We're on Shedeur Sanders watch. The Las Vegas Raiders with the 58th overall pick.
They don't want to do it.
Just a simple yes or no. Do you think it happens?
They're just running away from it. Like they're not. Yeah.
They're not trying I'm gonna go no. That I don't think they would have traded down multiple times or traded out, like moved around too many times if they were willing to take a QB. I think you stick and pick. So I'm going no.
Steve? It would make a ton of sense for them to do it right here. I mean, late second round, you could bring a guy in who is pretty highly rated, at least among the media, to kind of back up Geno for the next couple of years until he's ready, at least. It makes sense. With that said, I don't know. I'm not buying it. I think we're at a point now where it's like I won't believe it until I see it.
Well, and
not Shedeur Sanders.
And okay. To continue your point, Steve, I think if you want to take a QB to back up and develop for a few years, it would be somebody with a higher ceiling like Milroe, right? I think the amount of development and ceiling you can push for Shedeur Sanders is limited just based on his limited athleticism and arm talent. So I think if that's the case, you would see maybe a Milrow, maybe like a Will Howard or something there. But now that we know it's not Shador Sanders, can you give us a hint? Is it offense or defense?
It's offense.
Okay.
Receiver?
It is receiver. Any guesses?
I'm gonna go Knoll.
Jack Beck?
Jack Besh. Yeah, TCU receiver.
Okay.
Come on.
Kind of a power slot receiver. He actually,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken, led LSU freshman receivers. That included Brian
Yes.
Thomas. It included,
Malik Neighbors, Trey Palmer,
Really?
who ended up going to Nebraska. He was on that team. So a lot of talented receivers in that room. He was the star of the Senior Bowl, right? He was the MVP there, and he really did it with being willing to lay his body on the line, take hits, be a contested catch demon. Of all the receivers that have gone so far, and of all the top receivers in the class, he had the lowest drop rate this past season. So he knows how to bring it in, is going to be a reliable target. And I think if you're rebuilding your pass catcher or your receivers, because I think you're set at tight end at least, this is a guy that you would like to have.
Yeah, I'm with you. And the reason I picked them is because they already had Jacoby Myers already sitting there, but they definitely needed kind of like a more perimeter presence. And I think Besh kind of fits that role, and he's just kind of a guy that can, knows how to play, knows how to get open. I think he'll be a pretty good fit for them.
So with that point, I know I said Jalen Nolan, the Raiders ended up passing on him. What do you guys attribute to this kind of like slide for him? I have him number 72 on my board, so I think him falling this far was pretty fair value. But he was somebody that was consistently hyped up with draft media throughout the process. So do you think it was overhype, or do you think that there is a bit of a slide here? What do you guys make of Jalen Noel, who seems to have tools that could help contribute right away?
Dude, Jalen Noel is an incredible receiver, in my opinion. I think he's somebody that I would more than be willing to spend a top 40 pick on. He's 43rd on my board, obviously plays a premier position, but I think maybe it's just the fact that he's a slot receiver, right? There's just less teams that are willing to spend a premium pick on a, player that could be, perceived as more limited, right? I think that he could play outside. I think he could be a field stretching wide receiver. He is just, I think he's one of the best players left on the board. And, it's about drafting good football players. I think there's a ton of teams that could use him, like the Denver Broncos, the Washington Commanders, Kansas City Chiefs, even the Eagles could all use him in just this back half, the last few picks of the second round. So I don't know why. Maybe it's just, he's, the third or fourth player on a lot of these teams' boards, and it's just kind of unlucky for him. But it's tough to look at because he's genuinely one of the most talented guys, at the receiver position in this draft class.
Yeah, I feel like it has to be just like a size and fit kind of a thing. Just just where he's falling on particular teams' boards, maybe it just isn't lining up right now. And I mean, like you said, Jacob, I mean, I'm lower on him than Dylan is, but higher than you. So I'm sitting at like 64 on my board. So this is kind of, right. Him not going yet isn't surprising to me at this stage. But like Dylan said, I think it would be definitely worth it, or not a surprise if he would win a little bit earlier. So I think it's more just a size and fit thing. I think he'll land at a good spot where his role will be utilized.
Yeah, I think the Titans would love him too, but they don't have a third-round pick. That was the L'Jarius Sneed deal, so that's another potential landing spot. Okay.
I'm just going to go ahead and say it. This one is Mike Green, edge rusher out of Marshall. So in the first round, they grab Malachi Starks, falls in their laps. This is obviously a very different situation than that, but they do end up grabbing one of the most talented players on the board in Mike Green.
And I think in my final mock, that's who I had them taking at 27 or 28, wherever they picked. Obviously,
I'll give credit for that.
Yeah, obviously a ton of talent. I'll take that one. Just like I'll take the Will Johnson one too with the Cardinals. But obviously a ton of talent, right? Maybe the best pass rushing bag among pass rushers in this class this year. Incredibly explosive. I think he can play the run better than he did at Marshall this year. I think he was probably just kind of disinterested with a lot of the level of competition. But he comes with off-field concerns. And I think for him to make it this far, a lot of that stuff there might be fire to the smoke I don't like to speculate, but as far as the on-field player that the Ravens are getting, I think he can finally he can do what Josh Emmons did for the Kansas City Chiefs. Right? They've been trying to get pass rushing production from late first rounders, early second rounders for the last half decade almost, and then they have to rely on Kyle Van Noy or Jadeveon Clowney after training camp. I think, at least as far as pass rush production goes, Mike Green can come in and give that to them pretty quickly within his rookie season.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a case of like a good organization being willing to take these risks compared to like you know a lesser organization maybe not being willing to jump in that water. But I mean, like you said, like the talent is pretty obvious, and he was definitely the best player available, probably on everybody's board at this point. Um, so not a surprise. And like you said, the Ravens definitely were in the market for an edge rusher after dabbling with all these older veteran kind of guys. It's time to take a shot on a younger guy that you can develop and see where it goes from there. And Green on the field that's a good bet.
And real quick, that was our collective 2-point conversion last top 32 player from our 2-point conversion guide. So I think as far as talent goes, he probably would have gone a good bit earlier. So I think we did a good job coalescing and coming together and making the board there. Can you guess the next highest player? I don't see either of you in the sheet right now. Can you guess who the next highest player is at 33?
Is it Princely Umanmielen?
It is. He is 33 on the 2-point conversion draft guide. So interested to see where he goes as well. Another kind of designated pass rusher kind of guy. So maybe he sneaks into the second round. But yeah, I think the fit is definitely a good fit with the Ravens for Mike Green.
We got a text from one of our fantasy guys, Chandler Gallimore. He just wanted to make a point about Tyler Shough, the quarterback for the New Orleans Saints. He says that Shough actually played with then Oregon tight end. So Shough was originally recruited to Oregon, played behind Justin Herbert, actually. He played Shough's one of his first college snaps was alongside Saints tight end Juwan Johnson, who's on his third NFL contract. So quite the career for Tyler Shough, who's going to be 26 years old this year.
I don't know if it's
go ahead.
Real quick, I would say I don't know if it's that's more surprising or the fact that Juwan Johnson is like somehow only 28 years old. Like I feel like that guy's been here forever.
Well, I was gonna say like Shedeur Sanders talked about the Mount Rushmore of QB receiver connections. That could be one between Tyler Shough and Juwan Johnson now that they've been reunited almost 10 years later. But at least there's some familiarity there.
Who do we think the Broncos could potentially take here with the 60th overall pick? They've traded down twice. So do we think it's like somebody that's, we're not really considering, maybe Kyle Williams potentially or a running back here?
Well, in the first round, I didn't consider them a landing spot for Jahdae Barron. And I really good value at their pick 20 or 21 there. So if I'm going to go outside the box, actually, I'm going back in the box. Let me go Caleb Johnson. I think the Broncos were an Amarion Hampton team for all of us, and they still don't have that go-to running back. And I think Caleb Johnson's a tier down from Hampton and even Henderson, but best available running back for me, I think for our guide as well. And I think he could be the featured back in the Sean Payton offense because we know Sean Payton likes to build from the inside out with running backs and tight ends. So that could be a cool fit there.
Yeah, that's a good shout. I mean, you mentioned Kyle Williams. I guess if receiver is in play here, could this be a Jalen Noel team?
So I have the pick. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
It is running back RJ Harvey out of UCF.
Oh.
Jacob, I'll let you start. You covered the running backs for our draft guide, so go ahead and tell us what Harvey's about.
Well, he was one of the 20 that I didn't watch because I did running backs really, really early in the process. But from what I've gathered throughout the draft process, big riser, right? I think he has a lot of special teams value. and somebody that a lot of coaches and teams rave about. I think there's another player Terrence Ferguson was the player I mentioned earlier. He was somebody that had a ton of 30 visits. Like teams wanted to get to know him. Somebody that wasn't necessarily on the radar throughout the season, but as the process went along, they're like, this guy's good. Let's get to know him better, and eventually we'll take him high. And I think Harvey can be somebody that brings juice as a returner and as a between the tackles, not only power runner, but I think he has some juice to take stuff to the house as well.
Yeah, he's really explosive. And, Sean Payton, I thought that he was going to take TreVeyon Henderson, right? 20th overall. He made a ton of sense for that offense, for that Joker type of role. This is a lot earlier than what people were maybe expecting RJ Harvey to go. He wasn't in my top 100 personally. I don't think he was in the draft guide either, if I'm not mistaken. I think a lot of the running backs in this class, it's going to come down to, how each individual team views them, right? Mm-hmm. It's going to be a pick your flavor type of thing. That's why we saw Quinshon Judkins go to the Browns over a guy like TreVeyon Henderson. So there's a lot to think about from that perspective, but clearly the Broncos were going to add a guy at running back at their skill position. So Harvey is an interesting bet that, I can definitely see why they traded down twice before taking him, especially with guys like, Caleb Johnson, Dylan Sampson still on the board. So very clearly a guy they believe in, willing to take this high. So I'm certainly not against this type of bet for the Denver Broncos.
Yep, totally agree. Obviously, I think you nailed it. Like, if they were willing to trade down a couple times, I don't think that they were locked into a particular running back. Maybe it was more so on their horizontal board, like, all right, when we eventually get to our spot after we recoup some picks, who's going to be our favorite running back? And obviously it was Harvey.
So I think the Commanders have to add a defensive back here. They've needed outside corner in particular, for a very long time. There's a few names that I think would match really well with them. First of all, Trey Amos, maybe a Savon Ravel, Steve, your guy, Darian Porter. I think those are probably the three names that I'd consider the most if I'm the Commanders here.
Punt gunner.
What do you think about safety for them? They lose Jeremy Chin, right?
Yeah.
Who kind of played closer to the box, but still, like maybe an Xavier Watts or Kevin Winston team could be a look here.
I like Watts. I think Chin did really well for them, so maybe they're more inclined to take a guy like Kevin Winston, who can play a little bit more kind of around the defense versus just strictly an above the a deep safety, I should say. I can't get over how they've just rotated at corner for so long. Marshawn Lattimore, even after they traded for him, it didn't look good when he was on the field for them. He got burned quite a bit. I think that if it's a DB, I just have to think that it's a big physical corner like Trey Amos. But I have the pick.
Oh, go for it.
It is. Let me just confirm it before I say. Maybe I shouldn't say it, actually.
Yeah, let's keep the Darius Alexander thing in mind. And Steve, because you did the corners, who would be your favorite pick of the remaining guys? Right, Ravel, Amos. We'll leave the other guy out of there. Maybe maybe this is like a Jacob Parrish moves up, or a Kobe Bryant from Kansas. Maybe one of the later guys moves up here if there's a corner to be picked.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking outside corner, right now, top of the board I have is Siobhan Revel, and then right after him is Trey Amos, just a couple slots down on like the total big board. But Revel is coming off the injury, right? So you have to factor that in. But I mean, with him, you get like an more athletic kind of a corner boundary. They're both pretty similar players and just being big, physical kind of guys. I do like Amos's game a lot as well. So, I mean, wouldn't be shocked if they went either way there.
So I'm glad I didn't say who the name was that I was initially saying, because it wasn't that guy. It was initially being reported as Savon Ravel from ECU, but it's actually Trey Amos, the DB out of Mississippi, a big physical corner. He's an older prospect, but I think he has the physical tools to be a real boundary corner. I was a little bit lower on him with the first round buzz. I would have understood it from the Buffalo Bills perspective, but he's 41st on my personal board. I think that at this point in the draft, you're getting like a half round of value with some of these players, and Amos is just I think a really great fit and value. So I think it's an easy A+ pick in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry. Sorry. I was just gonna say, yeah. I mean, I have him at 30, I think, and then we have him 51 on the total big board, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I have him I think he's like a traditional press cornerback, tall guy, strong. The physical tools are there, are pretty obvious. He's good at disrupting his other receivers in their stems and whatnot. But yeah, so I definitely see the vision there. First round would have been a little bit rich. I think going here, I mean, what was that, 59? No, what are we, 60? 61. So I'm looking at the broadcast. But I think that's really good value for a guy like him.
Yeah, and I was going to say he was 51, so right outside our top 50, but falls in line with the pick value. I think he's 49th on my board's right there, 49th on my personal board. He is an older prospect, but he feels like he has upside to me. Like he has the physical tools, and just being in multiple systems. I think once he finally settles down in a system, and I think Dan Quinn and his staff are pretty stable, at least since they provided an NFC Championship berth in their first year there. I think he can really grow and blossom with his physical tools and become a plus starter once he's probably toward the end of his rookie contract.
With these older prospects, I feel like I've watched a lot of these guys and kind of had that same thought, where it's like it still feels like there's still some talent there that's waiting to be pulled out. Maybe that's like a COVID year kind of a thing, like guys sitting out. And I mean, we got 8th year seniors now, it's getting kind of crazy. But maybe we got to start factoring that in with some of these players. But yeah.
Well, and I think to that point, and this could be like a broader conversation for another day, but with NIL now, I think there's less of an incentive to go in the draft if you're maybe like on the fringe of day 3 or something. So you can stay in your program, make some money, which can help you in the future and continue to grow within a system. And then that can catapult you forward in the draft. Like obviously Cam Ward transferred from Wazoo to Miami, but if he were in the draft last year, he's probably here's his name called late today or tomorrow. And then he goes to Miami, maybe a better infrastructure, and then ups his game to becoming the first overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
So the Bears are on the clock again. They've invested every single pick that they've had, with the exception of us getting faked out by Darius Alexander in their offense, right? They they took Colson Loveland in the first round. They came back, took Luther Burden. They took an offensive tackle, Ozzie Trapillo, in the second round as well, and now they're on the clock again. What say you? Do we think they take a guy like Caleb Johnson, who's still there? I think everybody kind of widely considered him a second round caliber prospect. Do we think that we've connected Caleb Johnson to the Bears at every single opportunity? Do we think it's actually going to happen here?
I don't know. I feel like with the first 3 picks being offense, they might look to go a different direction here. And they could just be content at running back. I mean, for all we know, this is pretty deep class too, I think. So I wouldn't be shocked if it wasn't.
Yeah, I'm gonna redeem the Darius Alexander pick. I think they're gonna go on the defensive trenches side, and that could be. I think Alexander and Deion Walker are our highest guys at that position. Joshua Farmer also, I think, is somebody that could go earlier than expected. The Florida State defensive tackle, but I think you can't go full Matt Rule and key in on one side of the ball for an entire draft. So I think they'll have to do defense eventually, and still in the second round, you can get some good value there. So I think they're going to go with defense on this one.
So it is defense. They have taken Texas A&M defensive lineman Shamar Turner. So I was not high on Shamar Turner coming into the draft. He's somebody that he didn't really stand out to me in any type of way. with that Texas A&M defense. And I guess, you could talk about Shamar Stewart. You could talk about Nick Scorton. Neither of those guys really stood out as well. He's a penetrating three technique, is going to get after it on passing downs, but he's just not somebody that I think I would have taken in the second round for sure. And honestly, and on day two at all. But I understand betting against that Texas A&M defensive line because, frankly, the system wasn't great. The coaching wasn't great. From pretty much any perspective that you look at it, that Texas A&M defensive line underperformed, and I don't think it's because of the talent that was there.
Yeah, that's the direction I would point to. He's 94th for me, so still top 100. Still, I think you could go round 3 value. I think he presents just like Shamar Stewart, just like Scorton. I think he presents athleticism that wasn't used to its highest ability. And if you can get him on a team that is going to play him in the right way, not going to mess with his weight or mess with his responsibility, I think you can extract value out of that. I just think that if you're looking for pass rush chops, there were better players available. Like I think Joshua Farmer can provide that. I think Elijah Roberts from SMU is kind of like a hybrid edge and D-line guy. I think he's pretty underrated as a pass rushing, maybe 4-eye or 5 tech. So I think you could have gotten better value, but you can't bet it. I'm not going to bet against it just based on how poor the Texas A&M system was.
I would have rather them go on Darius Alexander like earlier. But I mean, this could work out. Like I think there was a need there at D-line, and they went that way. And I mean, this could be okay in the grand scheme of things, but I mean, like you guys are saying, it is a little rich for right here at the end of the second round.
Yeah, it's just rich to me. They've had a lot of picks. I don't mind them reaching on a guy that they truly believe in, especially because they've taken like just value guys so far.
Yeah.
Loveland with Burden in particular, I think was a huge value for them there. And then Trapillo, maybe not the highest player on everybody's board, but tackle is a premium position, and that type of player isn't really available very often on day two. So I think it's fine every now and then to reach on a guy like that. It's just he just didn't really stand out to me in particular. So moving on, the Chiefs are on the clock for the first time since selecting Josh Simmons with the 32nd overall pick last night. Do we think they continue to build the trenches? Maybe a defensive lineman. They lost Tershawn Wharton. They've always been kind of looking for a nose tackle type. Maybe it's Deion Walker. The Chiefs don't really tend to care about off the field or injury type concerns. Obviously, they took Josh Simmons. That's an example, but I think he's maybe in play. I liked TJ Sanders here in the second round, but he's off the board. Maybe an Ashton Gelati, a Darius Alexander. What do you guys think for the Chiefs here?
This is a tough one for me. I think corner is a sneaky need for them just because they've been getting by with like 5th, 6th, and 7th round players producing for them. And because they had Chris Jones, because they had Patrick Mahomes, who had a stout O-line, they're able to win games because of it. But I think you started to see their secondary leak a little bit. Not even a little bit. Look at the Super Bowl. In the playoffs, it was pretty apparent that outside of Trent McDuffie, they needed another corner or even another safety. So maybe Siobhan Revell or Azare Thomas, like a bigger corner that can man up with some receivers. I wouldn't put it past them taking a corner here.
Yeah, I mean, I like to see them go trenches on the other side of the ball here. I just feel like they just got completely dominated by Philly in that Super Bowl, and they got to retool there, especially after losing, a lot of the guys that they lost this offseason. So, I mean, Marcus Mbosa in here. We talked about him a little bit earlier. You go on the defensive side of the ball, there's some good edge rushers still available. Princely, Josiah Stewart. So that's where I would see them sort of target.
I think if it's not in yet, a dark horse thing would be like a Travis Kelce replacement, so maybe a tight end as well.
I could see that. They did take what was his name? Wiley, I think last year out of TCU.
Yeah, Jared Wiley. Yeah,
Jared Wiley. They have Noah Gray as well. I could see it. Yeah, I also think that, Ao Minor could be in play here as, an outside type of receiver that the Chiefs don't really have on the boundary. Like they have Xavier Worthy, they have Rashee Rice as like an underneath power slot type of player. Maybe it's a sneaky receiver that people aren't really thinking about with this pick in particular.
Yeah, like I'm trying to think who could be like a big
Jalen,
body riser.
Jalen
Uh,
Noel.
I mean, he certainly
I
has
mean,
the talent, right?
not a big
But
body target, but
I think the best like maybe X left could be Pat Bryant, the Illinois receiver, or and Io Minor, but yeah, it's slim pickings for the receivers. So I think the best thing to do is what you're saying, Steve. You got to keep addressing trenches, both sides of the ball too. But they're a team with a lot of needs, and we don't think about it because they have Mahomes and Andy
Yeah.
Reid. But if you take the nameplate off of the back of Mahomes' shirt and look at what happened in the Super Bowl, you would see just how deficient that team was when they went against like an actual juggernaut.
So the pick is in. It is a defensive lineman from Tennessee, Omar Norman Lott. So he's really
This is your guy, Dylan.
sure is. I think he's really one of the most unique profiles that you could find in college football. So the way that Tennessee used Omar Norman Lott was basically on third downs and particularly third and long. And they would run him on a ton of stunts. They would run him on a ton of twists, a lot of different interesting simulated pressures, right? And you saw the Chiefs do that a lot last year with a guy like Tershawn Wharton, who signed with the Panthers, right? 3 years, $45 million. They lost him. That's a presence that they're going to want to recreate. This is really rich for me. I wouldn't have touched Norman Lott until honestly the day 3, right? He to me is a player that, if you're going to take a guy on, the first 2 rounds of the draft, they need to have 3 down upside, right? And he played less than 250 snaps in total last year, which is probably about a fifth of what Tennessee actually played. He is incredibly talented getting after the pass rusher, right? He's technically advanced. He's got burst off the line. He's quick to engage. I think he's got juice. It's just I wouldn't want to take a situational interior pass rusher with a top 64 pick. That's kind of what it boils down to me. Is I think he's talented. I think he plays a role. It's just how a lot of the people like the advanced stats with him. He's got an incredibly high win rate, especially for an interior guy. But a lot of that's because Tennessee is just, running these simulated pressures with him kind of getting to the quarterback. It's a lot easier for him than it would be most interior defensive linemen. It's almost like the Tyler Warren production thing where a lot of his, yards, catches, touchdowns are simulated and kind of scripted. So not to say that he's a bad player by any means, but what you're getting, the potential of what he projects to be, if he's just going to be a third down situational pass rushing, interior defensive lineman, that's not something that I'm touching in the first 2 rounds.
And I think a lot of his wins were cleanup stuff from guys like James Pierce. And it's interesting because Pierce also had a really low snap number compared to the average defensive lineman. Maybe Tennessee just rolls that way. I don't know. They have a gimmick offense as well, so you never know. With the Eagles on the clock, I think that they had some of the best value in round 1, right? Getting Jihad Campbell all the way at pick 31. Who do we think is the value guy that they're going to snipe here at 64?
Whoever the best player on the board is. We got Princely. They double dip there. I guess if you consider Campbell, because I guess it's kind of up in the air whether he'll play off ball or edge, right? So could be a double dip.
I think they could use a corner as just corner depth as well. Maybe they don't care about Revel's injury because they already have 2 rookies from last year that produced quite well. So just having good depth at that corner spot could be a pick here at 64.
You guys are going to love this one. You guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
They're taking Andrew Makuba, DB out of Texas.
Yeah.
great.
The,
I'll-
the
can't
dream
beat
for the
these
Panthers
guys,
is yeah.
that's
Just
a
can't beat these
really
guys.
fun one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
top 40 on the 2-point conversion board. He came out as our number 2 collective safety, and I think he was my number 2 safety overall as well. Yeah, I had him 39 as well on my personal board. Really fun, rangy back end player. I think other than Malachi Starks, this is like the only other guy that can provide full deep third range, and I think he can slot in really well with their other young DBs. And with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson going, did he go back to Detroit? No, he got traded to Houston, right?
Houston, yeah.
I think they had a need at safety, like a sneaky need, and he can play with Reed Blankenship. Sidney Brown is a young player that they added a couple years ago too. They just have a really fun young secondary that's also really good too. And I think that defense is just going to be more and more formidable next season.
Yeah, they just keep getting better, man. It's it's pretty crazy. I mean, like we're all these teams are just letting it happen though. So I mean, you can't really be too mad at it. Like these guys just keep slipping to him, right? But yeah, I mean, Bakuba, we touched on him a little bit earlier, and he's a good player, man. He always finds a way to be around the ball, quick, smaller, kind of like I was saying earlier. You know, for a traditional safety, I guess, but you know, still aggressive. Good ball skills. I mean, he's kind of got it all. This is a good pick for Philly.
So I want to reset just a little bit. We're now in the third round of the draft. I want to go over some of the best players left on the board. Okay, so I'm just going off of my personal board. Again, like we can kind of hit some of the guys that you are a little bit higher on as well, but just on my personal board: Josiah Stewart, Princely Uman Mielen, Savon Ravel, Landon Jackson, Ashton Gelati, Jalen Knoll, Darius Alexander, Deion Walker. Shedeur Sanders is going to be a third-round pick potentially. Isaiah Bond, Caleb Johnson, Darian Porter, Braden Swinson, Marcus Mbao, Azare Thomas. At this point, we could possibly see Jalen Milroe off the board as well. And then Kevin Winston and Dylan Sampson as well are intriguing bets here too.
You know what I heard in that group? Still a lot of edge rushers. I thought that we would see a pretty substantial run in the second round there, but didn't materialize that way. For teams that still need edge rushers, like I know the Panthers traded up and took one, but I think this could be a good double dip spot for them. Tennessee as well. I know they took one as well, but they lose Harold Landry and still need to help remake that defense. So I think a lot of the edge rusher teams are going to be happy that they put off edge rusher. Like teams like the Packers in particular, who prioritized going interior offensive line. They correctly guessed that the run was about to happen, and now they can reap the benefit of maybe, I don't know, like an Ashton Gelati in the third round as opposed to the second round without having to reach on like a fifth round guard or something in the third round if it were the other way around. I think that's a good bit of business by a lot of the teams that needed edge rushers and waited.
So we have another pick, the first pick of the third round. We talked about him a little bit before, mainly because I had a little bit of a slip up. You know, we thought that he was a pick earlier.
I wonder who this could be.
Darius Alexander, defensive lineman out of Toledo. So the Giants go up, they grab another defensive lineman to add to their group of players so far. So they have Jackson Dart, they have Abdul Carter, they have Darius Alexander. That is a really fun front that they have in New York between Alexander, Dexter Lawrence, Carter, and Brian Burns. I think Alexander can play right away. I mean, we talked about him a little bit earlier, so maybe this is kind of one that we can, go a little bit lighter on, but a really fun, player that can play two different gaps for the New York Giants.
Well, and I think the best part about that pick is he doesn't have to be like the guy, right? Yeah. Abdul Carter, Burns, Dexter Lawrence, that's a front that's going to be able to compete with a team like, I'm not going to say the team can compete with the Eagles, but like their front is maybe a step down from the Eagles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm with y'all. I mean, I love these teams that just keep stacking like defensive line talent, just keep rotating these guys, keep them fresh, and just have a role for each of these guys to play. And that's what the Giants are doing, man. I love the way that front's looking.
It's a fun player. The Chiefs are now on the clock once again. This is the pick that they received in exchange for L'Jarius Sneed a year ago. So The Chiefs, they grab Omar Norman Lott. I'm not the hugest fan. They grab Josh Simmons in the first round. Who do we think they could potentially target with the 66th overall pick?
I would look at edge. I mean, we just touched on all these edge guys that are still available with, Princely, Landon Jackson, Ashton Gelati, Josiah Stewart. I could see them dipping there and just adding some more fuel.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with my corner prediction. A lot of the good guys are still on the board, right? Ravel's still there. I like Azrae Thomas maybe more than the consensus, and he's still there. So, a couple options.
There's a lot of options for sure. I still think Jalen Knoll makes a lot of sense for this team. Maybe Alec Ayominor potentially. I'm just waiting for him to be basically the last X receiver that can actually play a role as a rookie. I'm waiting for the team to take him, but helmet scouting, I kind of got JJ Arcega-Whiteside vibe. But he's a fun player. He's obviously faster, has more juice. It's just the drops with Ayominor if he ends up being the pick here in the third round.
Yeah, shades of Arcega-Whiteside, shades of Michael Wilson. Just really similar receivers in that group there. I think I heard Rich Eisen say the Raiders are on the clock, and that's like 4 picks away. He may have misspoken, but if that's the case, then we've already got a couple picks already locked in.
Well, we're about to breezing through this.
They're on the clock. The Chiefs still have 4 minutes. They haven't even
Okay.
yet. So I think that was just a misstep by Rich Eisen, who's usually one of the best in the game. So
Yeah.
Let's kind of recap the second round a little bit more. So it started off Carson Schweschinger, UCLA linebacker. We've seen another linebacker go, and it was Demetrius Knight out of South Carolina. What do we think the next possible linebacker could be off the board? Whether it's Smile Mondin, maybe a Danny Stutzman out of Oklahoma. There's really not that many options here, but do you guys think we see another one in round 3?
I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't here in round 3. I feel like those top, what was that, 4 guys that went in rounds 1 and 2? I think they're just such levels above the rest that we could see that slip off. I mean, you said Smell Munden and Danny Stutzman. Those are probably the only 2 guys really who might be worth anything. So, I mean, maybe you see a team kind of similar to how, these other teams picked, actually just sort of go ahead and get it out the way. I think we got a Chiefs pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they took my guy. They took Ashton Gelati, Louisville edge. Really, really great player. Somebody who, he has some stiffness, right? He's not going to be one that's going to impress anybody with his bend, but he's got just about everything else. He's a really good speed to power guy, really great at collapsing the pocket. Is quick off the line. Somebody that I think is going to be able to play, as an edge defender on rundowns, potentially slide inside on obvious passing downs. I think that he'd be good aligned over guards as well. So I'm a huge, huge fan of Ashton Gelati, and I think he's one of the best values at this point. He's 36th on my board. I kind of never understood why he was viewed as pretty much a consensus, third round pick. Honestly, he was projected to go even later than this, which was shocking to me. So I'm glad that he is off the board early in the third round. I am disappointed that though the rich are just getting richer here. So I think it's a phenomenal pick for the Chiefs.
If that pick had been the second round pick and Norman Lott were at this spot, would you feel better about maybe some of the value with those picks? I know they're only like 5 picks apart, but the second and third round distinction, does that do anything for you?
At the end of the day, like no matter how much you polish it, I still think they took him about 40 spots too early for Omar Norman Lott. So it's not. I don't think that that's just a player that I would have considered on the first 2 days of this draft.
I'm looking at the ticker now, and I like how it says 41 Buffalo Sanders, not Shador. Just to clarify that the Buffalo Bills did not add a quarterback in round 2.
Yeah, I have to update the ticker with the last few picks. I've gotten a little bit lax with it. But the Browns are currently on the clock, so they've had a ton of picks. They took Quinshaw Judkins. They took I'm blanking on the other.
Carson Schlesinger
Yeah,
at the
just said
top
that.
of the draft.
Yeah, I just said his name and I still forgot it. But
And then Mason Graham, day one as well.
yeah, so this is a interesting kind of pivot point for the Browns. Just kind of seeing where they're going. You know,
hmm
they trade away Travis Hunter. Not the call that I would have made, but they have this mass amount of picks. They were rumored early on in this draft process to be potentially in on Shedeur Sanders, and I think that he'd be a fit with Kevin Stefanski. Let's see if they actually make that happen. I doubt it, just based off of how Rappaport, Schefter have been reporting things, but who knows, right?
Yeah, I was going to say we should be back on Shedeur watch here at the top of the third with Cleveland, Vegas. The Jets are still lurking down here, so we'll see. It doesn't look likely at this point, but you never know.
Yeah, I was thinking that if we're going to get the quarterback run like we saw in 2022, I believe that was mid-third round, so could kick off here, but I'm with you guys. This could be Jalen Noel for me. I think they still have pass catcher needs. I think Elijah Arroyo, another Miami tight end to pair with David Njoku, could be a good, not 12 personnel duo for blocking, but both of those guys can really get after it and stretch the field as receiving tight ends. Even if they don't take a QB, they need pass catchers for whoever the next guy's going to be. And I would assume it's Joe Flacco this year. So I'd be on receiver and tight end watch for sure.
They could invest in the offensive line too. Marcus Mbao, Charles Grant are two guys that are still there and would actually fit a Kevin Stefanski system. I think they're pretty exciting options. Kyle Williams, if they want some explosiveness, I could see him potentially being in play as well here.
Yeah. I got a notification from Rappaport, and it's just him talking. Sometimes those fake you out. The pick is in, and it's been in for a while.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
I feel like if it was Sanders, we would know. So
we would know for sure if it was Shedeur Sanders. A lot of times when we get into like the third round, all these people who are tweeting the picks just kind of fade into obscurity again.
Yeah, go to bed after yesterday.
We'll see though.
We're doing this one live. Real fan.
Yeah. So that's who they picked?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh gosh.
It's an interesting one, right? And Harold Fannin, I thought he had interesting. I thought he had a decent range, like third to fifth round, something like that, and he produces better than like any tight end ever in college history or FBS history. But the way it looks on tape, it feels like he should be producing more. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, he gets in the open field and it looks like he has cinder blocks in his shoes, but he still gets 20 to 25 yards a reception. It just feels like it should be 50. So it's a really weird profile. He's like a running back in the open field, which you say that about receivers sometimes, not tight ends. So it's definitely interesting, but I think their offense is shaping up to be something interesting with Judkins now. I think Fannin can have value in his rookie year. So whoever that next QB is going to be, at least has some weapons in place. You would like them to add another receiver still, but I don't think you can be mad at adding a pass catcher.
I really struggle with Harold Fannin just because he's such a unique player. I don't think he's ever going to be a real like primary type of receiving option. And if he's not that for your offense, then I'm not quite sure what role he's playing, right? Mm-hmm. He's an exciting player for the Browns for sure. I'm just skeptical of, a lot of these odd profiles that, whether it's a Laviska Shenault, where he doesn't really have a clear position, something like that. Or in Harold Fannin's case, just an odd fit who, yes, he was a really great receiving tight end at the, college level, but his measurables and testing don't really profile as somebody who would play the role that he's going to end up playing. So I I'm a little bit skeptical. Steve, do you have any thoughts on Harold Fannin?
Uh, no, sorry, I'm laughing because the Raiders pick just came in, and I already know what y'all about to say.
Is it Darian Porter?
Yeah, perfect segue, I guess.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
So Raiders just took Darian Porter.
Steve, go ahead. I want to hear
Yeah.
your thoughts on this.
Well, look, I mean, right here in the third round, I'm cool with that. That y'all are saying I didn't like him, but I was only saying that like he was getting first round buzz, and I didn't get it.
Yeah.
That was the only point that I was trying to make. But like, I mean, this dude is probably the best athlete at the corner position in this draft class, right? Big guy, fast as hell. He can move. But I mean, the big thing here is that he didn't start his first game at cornerback at the collegiate level until his fifth, sixth season, something like that. I don't remember the exact number, but whatever this past year was, that was his first time starting at cornerback. And even then, he still split time at the position. So he wasn't really like a regular out there every single play. But he does have talent. I mean, he's got a pretty impressive little highlight reel, which includes a lot of block field goals and punts and making some pretty cool interceptions throughout last year. So I get buying in, and this is probably definitely a good time to do it here in the third round. So I think that's a good get for Las Vegas. And again, at minimum, we joke about this, but at minimum, he's going to be like immediately a really good special teamer, and that's valuable.
Yeah, for sure. Like he'll have a use his rookie year, and with some third round players, you can't say that a ton. And I think it's interesting. Yeah. They just showed when they go to the war room, they showed their draft haul so far, and it's been Genty, Jack Besh, and now Darian Porter. So all skill position players, no trench work there for the Raiders, who I think could invest in the trenches going forward.
Darian Porter, incredibly athletic. I think he provides you somewhat of a ceiling, just from the special teams contributions that he's going to give you. Yeah. So a lot of times you can see these third round corners kind of fizzle out of the league relatively quickly. I don't think that's going to be the case with Darian Porter. I mean, it's kind of funny that he's more of a raw player at 24 years old.
He's the same age as the Louisville quarterback, damn near.
And it's also the same age as Siobhan Revell, who is still on the board, and who I think all three of us regard as maybe a more talented cover corner. Yeah. Perhaps there's more red flags with his injuries than we are privy to.
So the Patriots pick is in, and it is Washington State receiver Kyle Williams. A fun one. Mm-hmm. I really like this pick for Drake May. We'll start with you, Jacob. What are your thoughts on Kyle Williams to New England?
Really explosive, fun player, like you're saying. Looking at what they did last year with guys like Jalen Polk, even Javon Baker, they weren't as explosive as Williams is. He can do a lot of things with the ball in his hands, right? Makes a lot of guys miss, gets in and out of space pretty quickly. He's similar to Jalen Knoll for me. I think Williams might be a little more explosive, while Knoll is a bit stronger and more spatially aware, is how I would put it. But he should be able to bring some juice, learn behind Stephon Diggs for a while to refine his routes, especially at the break at the top of his routes. I think Williams could improve that. But the Patriots they're on a mission. They've taken, I think, 3 offensive players now between Campbell, Travion Henderson, and now Kyle Williams. They want to help Drake May out, and I think all 3 of those picks are going to go a long way in doing so this year.
Chris Sims, wide receiver too. I like Kyle Williams. Lions pick is coming in right now.
We've got another receiver. This
was a trade as well, I think, right? I think they just traded up.
I honestly I hadn't written in my notes who had traded up. I want to see it a second time just before I confirm who they're taking. But so they traded up to pick 70. The pick is in, and it's Isaac Tesla, the wide receiver out of Arkansas.
Arkansas guy.
Okay.
This one's weird. This one is weird. I didn't have him in my top 100. Incredibly athletic. Didn't really produce a ton at Arkansas this past year, but he's somebody that you could theoretically sell yourself on as a field stretcher who, had pretty poor quarterback play this past year.
Yeah, and you a couple of picks ago you talked about who's going to be like the next potential X receiver left, and I think Tesla has the size and speed to be able to do that. He was a late draft riser. I didn't watch him either because I did receivers. I think they were my first position group that I did early on in the process. But from what I've seen with Tesla, good contested catch guy, has plus athleticism and size. So when you combine size and speed and somebody who's willing to go up and get it, it's you're going to get taken within the first 100 picks. The trade terms are on the board now, and the Lions traded their third round pick, which is 102, and 2 third round picks next year for the pick they just took, and I think it was 2 sixths is what it said.
They traded 2 future thirds in addition to 102.
So it's 3 thirds basically. So this year and 2 next year for their pick this year, a 6th, and I think it said another 6th. Might have been like a 5th.
For an unproven 6. I mean, he's fast and he has.
And I think if you look at their receivers, right, I think he kind of, if you can project him as an X, I think that's where he fits in, right? They have their slot guy in St. Brown. Jameson Williams can be a good Z or move receiver with his speed. And I think if they think he can be an X at the NFL level, you go up and take him.
I guess so. I mean,
yeah, like I'm trying to rationalize it. Like I'm not the biggest fan of it either, but if a receiver runs starting, right? Because we just saw Kyle Williams, maybe they value like a taller contested catch guy who has some juice, right? Like I think of Dante Thornton from Tennessee in a similar vein there. I think he could go higher or in the 3rd round, maybe. Maybe we see a receiver run. Maybe we finally see Jalen Noel come off the board. But this is an interesting one for sure because I didn't commit time to watching his tape, so I can't talk too much about his game other than just reports I've seen from other people.
Yeah, I mean, we covered, like, a lot of people see, okay, we did a top 100, but we watched a total collectively of what, like 250-ish?
Yeah, well over 200,
yeah.
So it's saying something if it's a player that we haven't been able to hit on, but we have the Saints pick. It's Texas defensive lineman Vernon Broughton. This one's interesting. I didn't necessarily expect him to go this high. He seemed like a pretty late riser to me. I don't really love the value on a lot of the things the Saints have done. Kelvin Banks, I mean, in top 10, if you're going to take a tackle, go ahead, I guess. And he's somebody that projects as a player that could play at left tackle. So you can't find that everywhere in the first round. Tyler Shough, a little rich at, 40 overall, right? Is that where he was taken? And I think with Vernon Broughton, he's somebody that I don't really see the vision with him this early. It's kind of turning into a draft where they're just taking these guys, 30 spots more than where they should go, honestly. He's interesting as a bet. I probably wouldn't have touched him until day 3, but he's got size. He fought through a lot of double teams at Texas. I think he's going to be a pretty good run defender at the next level. It's just, this is a little bit rich for me.
Yeah, I love what the Saints are doing as a Panthers fan. It's interesting because we talked about Alfred Collins earlier. You didn't really hear Broughton's name brought up with the Texas defensive potential draft people because I think Collins shined, I should say, in his role there. I think Broughton can give you a little bit of juice from the 3 tech spot, but again, I think there were like other players like Joshua Farmer. I like a good bit, and a couple other D linemen that could have gone before this, but I'm not going to stop the Saints from, we'll say, reaching on players that could have gone on day 3.
Yeah, let them do their thing. Don't be too mad.
Let's see. I think we're a few picks behind because I just saw the 73rd pick by the Jets, and I didn't see 72 by the Bills. So
The
I'm
Saints
assuming,
Saints hasn't even been announced yet. Well, it's getting announced right now on the broadcast. So I
Yeah.
think
yeah.
everything's a little sped up.
Well, we're at that point where it kind of gets lost, with all the stuff going on. But
Yeah.
with you said you saw the Jets pick with the Bills. What direction do you think they could go in? Because they go D line in round 2, they go corner in round 1. What are the big needs left for them? I think another secondary piece, right? This could be Watts, Winston, watch maybe, or I think honestly a third receiver wouldn't be a bad move for the Bills either.
So I have the pick. If you want me to just go ahead and say it,
Yeah,
it's uh, here. Let me just confirm it. Actually, I'll say edge rusher because I think they need to add to that room. Um, I think this pick, I'm just going to say it. Yeah, Landon Jackson, defensive
okay.
end out of Arkansas. This is another guy kind of in that tier that I had Ashton Gelati. Really fun bet at this point in the draft as he's 6'7". I think he's got a little bit more bend than what he showed at Arkansas. Played that 4-eye role where, tackles and guards were just kind of beating up on him. I think he has more juice, and I think he's going to be able to play honestly 3-4 outside linebacker potentially in the NFL. Even at his size where, he's 265 pounds, 6'7", he's just incredibly athletic. And I think that he wasn't really able to show everything that he could bring at Arkansas this past season.
Yeah, I like that for them. Just kind of continuing that trend of these Super Bowl contenders building up their defensive trenches. I mean, really. And Jackson is a player. I think he's got a little deeper of a bag than one would expect for a guy that's that big. I mean, like you just said,
Yeah.
6'7", 265 is kind of crazy. He probably should come post up for the Hornets. We could use that, but yeah, I like that for Buffalo.
Yeah, and they took another 6'7" guy a couple years ago in the first round, and Greg Rousseau, and have really gotten good value out of him. So within their program, they know how to use these longer players, and they seem stiff, but they have more bend to them. I think he can be a good rotation rusher for him. Yeah, they're just announcing it for me with the Bills.
Yeah, I just got the announcement.
Yeah.
So the Jets have taken Florida State corner Azariah Thomas at pick number 73. So Steve, you covered Thomas. I'll let you take the lead on him. He's a fun corner from FSU.
Yeah, he's good, man. I thought he would go a lot earlier than this. I kind of had him in that range with like Trey Amos, sort of in that same kind of blend of corner. I think he's like another kind of traditional boundary corner, 6'1", about 200 pounds, only 20 years old. So a little bit younger than some of these other prospects we've been seeing drop off the board recently. But I like him. He's tall, athletic, good size on him. He can win at the line of scrimmage. Ball skills are kind of for my liking, but there's some room to grow there. But I think that's a pretty good selection for the Jets. I think they can add to the other side of Sauce Gardner there with that one, and they just lost. What's my man's name?
DJ Reed.
Yeah, DJ Reed. So definitely a hole there that need to be filled.
Yeah, I really like this pick. He was other than Revel, he was my highest player remaining at 36th on my board. I think he's a really proficient man corner, really technical with his movement. I think the thing that's knocking Thomas down is his lack of speed. If you line him up against a burner, he's going to get fried. I think he needs to learn to maybe give more room and figure out maybe like an outside technique to keep those players in front of him and toward the middle of the field. But I think he's a really proficient man corner, especially in high leverage situations like the end zone. He can really man up and deny the ball there. So I like this pick for them.
So we have another pick. This is the Denver Broncos. They are selecting Illinois wide receiver Pat Bryant. So an interesting physical presence on the outside, but I certainly didn't expect Pat Bryant to go this high. 74th overall. This was the pick acquired from the Carolina Panthers. Interesting fit here for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for him on our draft guy. I believe he was outside of he was 91 right there. So right toward the end. snuck in there. Like you're saying, good physical presence. We were talking about how many possible X receivers are going to be left. I think you could shoehorn him into that role if you need to. But
Yeah.
because they have Cortland Sutton, you don't need him to be the immediate contested catch winner. I think he can be good depth for the receivers there as they continue to, or as Bo Nix continues to grow. But I don't hate this pick. I think they're, again, like, this could have been the Jalen Noel team because I think they could use an explosive underneath receiver. But I don't really, I don't hate it.
Yeah, probably a little bit higher than I expected for him. Good vertical threat though. He can make some good, tough down the field catches. Not like the quick, fastest guy in the world, but I mean, I see the vision.
We're getting to the point where just all of these receivers are getting taken ahead of Jalen Noel, and I just don't quite see the vision of those guys more so than Noel. To me, it's like now presenting like this guy's going to end up being a real steal for whoever gets him. Just a good football player, like we've been saying throughout this kind of the whole thing. The 49ers are on the clock right now. I don't believe they've made their selection yet. Who do we think they could potentially take? Obviously, Michael Williams. They take Alfred Collins in the second round. Do we think they continue to stack defensive players, or are we finally going to see an offensive lineman taken with one of these picks?
Well, who could it be if it's the O lineman, right? Marcus Embo, I think, is our highest remaining
Jarrett Wilson
lineman. Jarrett Wilson, the center, as well. But I mean, I'm not going to put it past him to continue to stack the defense. Like, we could be on safety watch again. Maybe the Talanoa Hufanga replacement. They get like Xavier Watts, Kevin Winston, something in that department. So I'm going to say they stick with defense.
Sneaky Shedeur Sanders watch here, right?
I mean,
they're gonna save him for round 7 and then replace Purdy there.
Honestly, who's backing up the Pertster out there these days?
So let's actually talk about like where Shedeur Sanders could land even at this point. So the 49ers pick right now. The Cowboys, if Jerry Jones wants to do something irrational, could take him in the 3rd round. The Patriots, Cardinals, Texans, Colts, Bengals, and Titans follow that. And then the Steelers at pick 83 are a team that has been linked to Shedeur Sanders probably the most.
Yeah, and because they didn't have the 2nd round pick, right, in the DK Metcalf trade, they couldn't, even if they wanted Sanders, they couldn't really find the ammo without sending something from next year, right, to go up and get him. So I think if this is I'm pretty sure it's the team he's been linked to the most. And if they are in on a QB, again, they don't have anybody other than Mason Rudolph on the roster, if I'm not mistaken, at this point. So I think it requires it. Yeah, probably. And then the I don't want to discount NFL players, but their GM also said that they like to go into camp with 4 QBs, right? Even if we think that Aaron Rodgers could be one of those guys, that means they have to take somebody today or tomorrow. So, or undrafted free agent, maybe on Monday or Sunday or Monday. But I think it requires like serious thought at this point, because if it's not the Steelers, and then I don't know when the Raiders pick again, I struggle to see a fit beyond like immediate backup. Like, I don't think this is a developmental backup here with Sanders. I think you know what you're going to get. And I just really struggle outside of Pittsburgh and Vegas, or not even Vegas at that point. Like, Pittsburgh is the spot for me.
Skylar Thompson is the current backup.
We sure he's not the starter right now?
But yeah, I guess it's up in the air. I mean, Dallas, like you said, that was kind of the first. I mean, they're about to pick, so like that was the first like team name that I saw, and I was like, well, that could make a little bit of sense. But they just traded for the Patriots.
Joe Milton,
yes.
Yeah.
They just traded him. So I couldn't see them doing that. It pretty much just has to be the Steelers, right? Like, they kind of have to do that. Like, it just makes too much sense. Even if you think that they're going to get Aaron Rodgers, he's still 43 years old, or however old he is. You got to prepare for, the inevitable with that.
What about sneaky team? And I don't know if they would move on so quick after high investment in a QB, but what about Indy? That, like, neither of those quarterbacks inspire me, and they obviously aren't super big on believing in Anthony Richardson if they're going to make him
Yeah.
compete at the start of year 3 in training camp. So that could be a sneaky team there. They went out and got Tyler Warren, right, to start the first round. So obviously they want to help whoever the QB is. That might be like the outside Pittsburgh team maybe for Sanders.
That's a good shout. I like that a lot, actually.
I want you guys to keep talking while I figure out who the 49ers just picked.
All right, let's go for it.
Yeah.
The Cardinals. I know that they're on the hook at least this year for Kyler Murray, but as somebody who's been like a stout Kyler defender, he didn't show me a ton last year to make me believe in him. I thought Marvin Harrison Jr. Underwhelmed there, and I think Kyler just really not seeing him was a big part of that. Like we talk about with shorter QBs, lack of vision is the problem. I think when you look at players like Bryce Young, Russell Wilson, Drew Brees, they don't really have the problem of seeing over the middle, but Kyler seems to, despite the fact that he can like get out really quick. So maybe if they're not willing to continue the Kyler experiment in a few years, and he becomes like a FaZe Clan member after his contract is up, maybe that's the look. But I'm looking like at all the teams on the ticker. Maybe the Rams. Maybe he can be the long-term solution to Matthew Stafford. But if I'm the Rams, I would probably want to go Milroe and have him learn behind Stafford for a couple years, and then unleash like an improved form of Milroe, right? So it's really tough with Shedeur Sanders. And the 49ers are walking up to the podium.
So the 49ers are selecting Oklahoma State linebacker Nick Martin.
Yes. I'm not going to pretend to know too much about him, but when we were talking about linebackers, I think you brought up a good point, Steve. Like, if you think that there's one that stands above the rest, you got to take your medicine right now and get him, right?
Yeah.
And if he can be a Dre Greenlaw replacement, then if that's what they envision for him, then go get him, right? Because there's not a lot of linebackers left. So I understand the rationale. Continuing to repair the defense, some of the players that they've lost to free agency and trades and stuff, but it's not somebody that I know super well.
Yeah, I'm not sure I see the vision with this one. He missed a lot of 2024 with an injury. He's an older player. I think he's going to turn 23, 24 years old this coming year. Extremely undersized as well.
Ooh.
So
Carolina has traded up 2 picks from now.
Okay, interesting. Let's kind of hit on that since we're all like Panthers fans. I kind of want to get you to gauge on maybe it's a Savon Ravel, right? Maybe it's a Xavier Watts. Xavier Watts is still available.
Yeah. Let me look at that. That makes a lot of sense because what were the Panthers' 3 needs coming into the draft? Wide receiver 1, got it. Edge rusher depth, address that, and safety. They only have 1, I think, viable starting safety. I think this could be Watts or Kevin Winston. I hope it's not Jonas Sanker. I think that's a bit too rich for me, and he's the one that they were connected to throughout the process. He had a 30 visit and everything. And they seem to have a big presence at Virginia and Virginia Tech's pro days. But I think safety could be a look here. The Cowboys pick is in, so this might change my opinion here. Maybe they foresee a run with the Cowboys starting. So we'll just have to see what that ends up being.
Yeah, Cowboys just took Siobhan Rebel.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, so there goes that boundary corner. So, I mean, elite blend of size and athleticism with him. I like Rebel a lot. Again, only played 3 games last year with an ACL injury, so a little bit of baggage right there. But if he's healthy, this is a pretty good value for a guy like that.
Yeah, he was on 2-point conversion. He was the 2nd highest remaining player. Princely's still floating around, and on my personal board, he was the highest remaining member left up until 37. Jalen Royals is another receiver that's still out there that I was quite high on. That's still on the board, but yeah, I gotta think it's a safety. I wonder what the terms of the trade are. I haven't seen those yet.
Yeah.
So they sent 146 or 156, one of those 2 picks, to move up to 77 overall. So very simple deal, but Yeah, I'm not seeing who they selected quite yet.
Chuba's telling us right now.
Okay.
Okay, do you want it?
No, give me a second, because for me, Rappaport is still up there talking. Mine's I should use a less than lawful stream instead of the NFL Plus app that I pay for every year if it's going to be this far behind. But yeah, Chuba Hubbard is about to read it out for me.
Steve, you seem happy.
Well, look, I think they looked at the board and they made the pick, and I can't be too mad at that right here.
Oh yeah, I like that a lot. We just talked about how. Oh, my fault.
No, you're good. It's still he's reading for sure. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, we just talked about how who was the highest remaining player on the 2-point conversion draft guide board. It was Princely Umanmielen. Not anymore, no longer. Now it's Dion Walker for us collectively. Double dipping at edge rusher was something that I thought that they might consider. The podcast that I help run, Perfect Takes, we did a Panthers mock on Tuesday where we had, not to brag, we had Tet McMillan going 8, and then we double dipped at edge with Braden Swinson and Jordan Birch. So it's interesting to see that they go with Nick Scorton, who I didn't think would be there, and Princely Umanmielen, who I didn't think would be there. I think both of those guys, Princely especially, should be able to provide immediate pass rushing juice. I thought that they made an emphasis on getting run stoppers in free agency along the defensive front, and now they're going after the quarterback with these two edge rushers. So as a Panthers fan, I'm happy, and then as like a general NFL fan or analyst, I think it makes a ton of sense, right?
Yeah, Canales looks ecstatic running throughout the draft room with the phone. I think that it's obviously a great value. Where I want to get your guys' perspective. Where did you guys have Umanmielen? Because I had him at number 24 overall, one of my highest rated second round prospects.
So he was 30 on our collective big board. I have him at 28, I think.
Yes. So I'm a bit lower than both of you. I had him at 44, but I still think that this is tremendous value. What was this pick? 77 in the third round. I think I had him pretty low because to me, he's like the definition of designated pass rusher. Like you could tell even the effort on rundowns just wasn't there for Princely, even though he was able to bring the juice on pass rushing downs. Older prospect as well. This was his 5th year in college, but all 5 years he increased his tackles for loss and sack numbers like pretty significantly. So you can see the progression with the player. And I don't think he has to play right away, right? Even though the Panthers' edge rusher room before the draft wasn't overwhelming, they made sure to invest in veterans like Jadeveon Clowney, DJ Wanham is healthy, Patrick Jones, who's another bigger outside linebacker, and now they bring in 2 more. I think we can assume they'll both play outside linebacker in Ejiro Avero's scheme, and both of them fit the size threshold, right? I know we were linked to Jalen Walker for a long time, but I never saw the Panthers scheme fit with him there because Evero loves his 6'4", 6'5", 260 plus edge rushers. Now he gets 2 of them. You got to imagine Evero's happy after not getting a defender on day 1. Now he gets 2 fun, twitched up defensive linemen to play with.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is probably best case scenario for Carolina, I would think at this point, being able to get a guy who most had rated pretty highly, and I think obviously they did too. They were willing to trade up and go get him before he finally fell off the board. But yeah, I mean, getting a guy like that who we have graded as a second rounder is really good look for us. I would have liked Xavier Watts at this point, but I'm not mad at all with this.
Yeah, and Dylan, you said that they gave one of the 4th round picks, you think? And the Panthers had 2 4th round picks. I think they still had 2. I think they just moved back with the initial Broncos trade. One of those coming from the Jonathan Mingo deal to Dallas. So Panthers doing a good job of using their extra capital to maneuver around the board and hit their targets.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the exact terms of what the agreement was, just to get the exact pick. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it was 146 and 85 to move up to 77 for the Panthers. So I think they're doing very well in this draft, actually. Getting two edge rushers that were considered, if you told me Uman Mielen and, Nick Scorton went in the top 40 picks of this draft, I wouldn't have been surprised. If you told me Scorton went on late day one, I wouldn't have been surprised. So I think that to get two guys that provide immediate, pass rushing juice, as well as, a big playmaker with that 8th overall pick in Ted McMillan, it's a really great draft for Carolina so far. And certainly I think one of the better ones in the league, at least just if you're looking at the consensus board and who all these teams are getting.
And we kind of alluded to the Panthers might have moved up to get ahead of a run. The next pick by the Arizona Cardinals is edge rusher Jordan Birch from Oregon by way of South Carolina. I believe he started his career there. Yeah. So may have gotten ahead of the run there with edge rushers in the 3rd round. I think this is a really good pick for them as well. Another bigger defensive lineman. I think he can have some like NASCAR package versatility, right? He can move inside on 3rd downs, and I think he's like an 80% version of Darius Robinson, one of the Cardinals' first-round picks from a couple years ago, and adding him, Walter Nolan, and then in free agency, Dalvin Tomlinson and Josh Sweat. They had a clear mission in Arizona to fix their defensive front, and then you also throw in Will Johnson. This has been a very, very fun defensive draft for them, in my opinion.
Texas just took Jalen Noel.
They did. I want to hit on Birch just a little bit first. I think that, Jordan Birch and I were the same recruiting class at South Carolina, believe it or not. He's somebody that I think has inside-outside versatility, extremely productive, although he's a little bit inconsistent. If you're the Cardinals, I've really liked the idea and the skill sets that they've added to their defensive line over the past, 2 years between Darius Robinson, Walter Nolan in the 1st round of this year, and now adding a guy like Jordan Birch, who's a little bit versatile, was incredibly productive this past year on a really good team. I think it makes a lot of sense that this could prove to be like just a really solid pro that, the Arizona Cardinals are adding. So, Steve, I'll let you hit on Jalen Noel here, an exciting playmaker, the second of which for the Houston Texans today.
Yeah, they've gotten both Iowa State Cyclones are going to Houston together. So that's pretty cool for them. They can be training camp roommates and whatnot. That would be fun. But I struggle to see the I guess it makes sense to me just in terms of, the way you want to build out your receiver room. And Jalen Noel is a great player, so definitely gonna be mad there. But I just feel like they had enough receivers and probably needed to look elsewhere, maybe. But at the end of the day, like if he's like the best player on your board, can't be too mad at that.
I think this may speak to how they view Tank Dell's availability this season, right? Because his injury was later in the season, and so if they didn't have too much faith in maybe John Mechie or Xavier Hutchinson, I believe that's the another former Iowa State receiver, if I'm not mistaken, Xavier Hutchinson on the Houston Texans. So clearly they had a vision that they wanted to round out their receiver room, and I think it's a pretty formidable group. Just the question is CJ Stroud going to get destroyed in the 2 seconds before he can throw the ball? Like, I think the Ursery pick, they were the ones who selected Ursery, I believe, will go a long way in trying to mitigate that. But still, I think they need improved coaching and maybe another starter or another look there on the offensive line. But the draft isn't over, right? Tomorrow, believe it or not, like we think of day 3 as just the late picks, but more than half of the picks are tomorrow. So they could target offensive line then.
Yeah, for sure. We just missed a pick. The Colts took Justin Wally, cornerback out of Minnesota.
They sure did.
I did not watch him, so can't tell you too much. But looking just real briefly here, you can see he's a very experienced player at minimum. He's played a whole lot of ball throughout his time, all 4 years.
He's not even on the consensus board from what I'm seeing. So, or at least not in the top 200. Let's see where he is. Maybe I'm typing his name wrong. Nope, he's okay. He's 210 on the consensus board. So not somebody that probably should be going on day two. Obviously, like we didn't even get to him for the draft guide. Probably a player. I'm not even going to pretend to know like what his game is, but if you're the Bengals, you can at least take solace in the fact that their yearly reach didn't come until round 3.
Well, that was the Colts pick, I believe.
Colts.
Was
Yeah,
Justin
Colts.
Wally, which it makes less sense to me because they invested a ton in their secondary and free agency.
Yeah,
Cincinnati
that's-
Bengals pick Dylan Fairchild, one of the other Georgia guards that is in this class, and I think that's good, right? They need interior guys if they want to keep Joe Burrow upright the entire season. It's like a coin flip at this point. So getting somebody that second team All-American this year, I didn't know that. Wrestling background, which you always love with offensive linemen. At this point, somebody that you think can start in the third round, probably a good bet, especially at a position of need.
Are we officially on Shedeur Sanders watch with this 83rd overall pick?
We have to be.
Yeah. I'm not sure who Tennessee picked, if they've already picked, but this has to be it.
Let's see if I can find who the Titans picked without giving you guys the wrong name. So it looks like the Steelers are on the clock. So the Titans are selecting, it looks like Kevin Winston, the Penn safety. That's a fun one. They have Xavier Woods. That's who they signed in free agency, but they needed another guy on the back end. They've really had secondary issues since losing, Kevin Byard, and I can't remember who else they had on the back end that was really good, but it was another
Jesse
incredible
Bates.
safety.
Oh no, I'm thinking the Bengals. Excuse me.
They had another guy, but this is a great value pick. I think if Kevin Winston was able to declare for the 2024 draft, it's pretty likely he would have been a top 40-ish pick. So to get him at 82 overall, that's more than solid.
Yeah, the more that I watched him, the more that I wish I had him like a little bit higher on my board than I did initially. I think he's a pretty good player, man. And I mean, it sucks that he missed all last year with that torn ACL, but I mean, kind of that prototype build of a safety. And you can really see the vision with him just being on the back end, being able to cover tight ends, things like that, assisting in run support. I like him. That's a good pickup for Tennessee.
Steelers
I think is it in?
It is in. Do you guys want to know?
Yeah.
It is Iowa running back Caleb Johnson.
Oh my God, they're not taking him, man.
They needed a running back.
I was gonna say
And,
Caleb Johnson is very good. So
yeah, like
there's that.
we
That's a great pick, honestly.
yeah we
Great.
had linked Amarian Hampton or maybe Travion Henderson as somebody that if they don't go QB could be an option. So Caleb Johnson, I really like that for them.
It's getting to the point now where Shedeur Sanders, he's 50th on my board. He's the third best player left on my personal board. I'm not sure how it stacks up for you guys, but it's getting to the point now where like I just at this point I'm not sure who's gonna take him. Maybe I don't know. I don't even know. The Raiders have 2 picks at the end of the third round. But this might be a pretty significant slide. It already is, but like even more significant than what we may have thought.
Well, he's 43 on my board. My second top remaining player behind Jalen Royals, and you're right. Like outside of Pittsburgh, there aren't a lot of teams that you can look at and say we need an immediate starter. And even if you need a backup, like I'll keep going back to it, I think that you have better developmental backup options. Like if for the Rams, right, for the future, they want a backup like Will Howard or Jalen Milroe or even Riley Leonard, I think provides a level of athleticism that Shedeur Sanders, I just don't think can access or activate. And so you really start to wonder just how far it can go. You think of Jalen Milroe too. He's in Green Bay. I think if he's just getting fits off and having a good time, then he probably doesn't mind. But
You chilling,
Both
man.
both of the top 5 QBs that are remaining certainly struggle to see where both of their ideal fits could be.
Yeah, it's getting spooky for these guys, man.
Oh my gosh.
What?
It's tough. I mean, if you're not going to take a quarterback in the first round, why would you take one later on? And I think it complicates it more with Shedeur because he's known as a type of player who's a little bit more out there. And is that something you want from a backup type of quarterback? I think it's a valid question worth asking, at least. But I mean, the talent's just I think a little bit too much at this point in the draft.
Yeah, and it's not just QB, right? We're talking about like overall players
Oh yeah.
left on our respective boards. So he has to come off the board at some point. I don't think he's going to go undrafted. I couldn't imagine that. So it's just finding that spot, and that's kind of the point or like the question I've been posing is like, what is the spot for Sanders if not Pittsburgh?
I'm kind of starting to pivot away from the teams that we thought were like QB needy, so like Pittsburgh and Cleveland, and now I'm looking at like these teams that have a veteran, so but maybe on the way out, so maybe like Tampa sit behind Baker, Seattle, the Rams, teams like that. Like someone at some point is going to take a chance on them and give them a spot. So, but I'm thinking it's going to be a team like that, and honestly, I think that'll probably be better for him in the long run.
Yeah, Seattle's interesting, right? They give Darnold the big money deal, but when you look past the surface, it's really a 1-year deal, if I'm not mistaken. After I think all the guarantees hit after 1 year. So if they maybe they bring Sanders into Seattle, and that's like a competition they can have. Even if he doesn't beat out Darnold, that could be a guy for the future. Or like the Rams, like you're talking about. Stafford, I don't really think he was ever going to get traded. I think he was just trying to get more money from the Rams, but there was a thing for like a week. Like, is he getting traded? Could he retire? And there's actual substance behind it because he's old, right? Yeah. So I think some of these teams where you can take your lumps or sit for a year and improve your game, I think you're saying might be the best case scenarios.
I'm interested to see who the Bucs end up taking because they've had a really great draft so far, in my opinion. Benjamin Morrison, Emeka Egbuka. I wonder if they're going to end up taking another, player who's kind of fallen a little bit in Josiah Stewart, who fits kind of a need for them. They seem more willing to take guys with these size profiles than other teams. I mean, they took Kalijah Kancey in the first round, who was an extreme outlier on the defensive line. Maybe because they have a guy like that already, they're less willing to. But, he would make a lot of sense for this team.
Yeah. It's interesting, right? Because they signed Hassan Reddick. So I don't think Josiah Stewart would start by any means. But if he did end up starting like in an odd front, then you have Reddick, Kancey, and Stewart all undersized, and then Vita Vea, who's like massively oversized. So it's interesting there.
So the pick is in. It is Kansas State's Jacob Parrish. So another corner. They took Benjamin Morrison a little bit earlier. They doubled down. Jacob Parrish, he's somebody that we had in the draft guide, I think in the 70s, if I'm not mistaken. So another pretty solid value for the Buccaneers at this point, with really only 20 or a little bit more than 20 players left on our kind of consensus board. So
yeah, I did get the Jacob Parrish too, and I watched him a little bit. I liked his game, a little bit smaller of a player, so you kind of hope he could play some slot. If I remember correctly, I didn't see him playing a ton there. I don't remember if it was him or the Ohio State guy, but I liked what I saw from him, and I do think that there's some talent there, and on that Tampa Bay defense, he's going to be it's going to be a good home for him. I think that's a pretty solid pick for them.
I think it says something that they took 2 corners.
Yeah,
like that wasn't an immediate need that jumped out to me for them, but I guess they know better than we do, right? And so taking 2 corners within the first 2 days, I would say like you can take 2 day 3 corners, and I don't think I would bat an eye. But with your second and third round pick, it seems pretty clear that they're looking for upgrades in that department.
Yeah, well, who do they have outside of? I know they have Zion McCollum, and I remember liking him. I don't know if he's still doing his thing or not. But Parrish, again, at 5'10", 191, yeah, I mean, he's more of a slot, but like this thing says, he played more on the outside. And then Morrison, I mean, we all know he's more of a boundary guy as well. So,
Oh, Jamel Dean, who I've long not been a fan of. I think he's a little bit overrated. So I think you can get some good production out of both of these guys
yeah.
if they have to see the field.
So this pick with the Chiefs have traded up to 85th overall. With it, we're kind of seeing a run on defensive backs here. The Chiefs take Noel Williams, cornerback out of Cal.
Cal.
Really great value in my opinion. I think this is a great pick. Steve, do you have any thoughts on Noel Williams?
I actually do not. I'm not familiar, but I would love to know if you think it's good value for him.
Well, this isn't somebody I got to either, but what I do know is he's a late riser. One of the bullet points they wrote is pick six versus Cam Ward. And if you remember that game where College Game Day was in Cal, they had Miami on the ropes. They had him in hell, especially in the first half, and Williams was a big part of that. Really fluid mover across the field, and like I was saying earlier, I think corner is a position the Chiefs really need to spend some premium picks on, and I think third rounder qualifies for that. They're willing to trade up for him, and so maybe they finally see that we need another established guy outside of Trent McDuffie. Who I love Trent McDuffie, but I think he's better playing inside out rather than being like a boundary corner going up against some of the bigger receivers in the league.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Noel Williams. He was kind of a ball hawk this past year. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, he led FBS in interceptions. So impressive ball skills from him. He really stood out at the Shrine Bowl as well. Like there was a video of him getting just cooked by Ricky White, the UNLV receiver, at the Shrine Bowl. But if you take that away, he was kind of outstanding and was really locking dudes up all week at that event. I like this as a bet. I think if you have Spags who continually churns out and gets the most of all of these corner bets that the Chiefs end up making, I think Noel Williams is a phenomenal pick here for the Chiefs, even if he's not in our top 100.
Yeah, I was gonna say I like what I'm seeing on this report here. I mean, 14 career interceptions, 7 last year, good instincts. He has really good size for the position, so I think all that kind of tracks.
And it's interesting, right? Because after the Norman Lott pick, which we weren't a fan of, they go Gelati, who I think we all collectively like. Dylan's probably a little higher on, and then Noel Williams, another person that we like. Pretty solid draft, I think, for the Chiefs, especially. We don't talk about it enough. Their first round pick, Josh Simmons. I thought that they would have to move up for him, especially in a first round where we had 8 offensive linemen go. They actually moved back 1 pick and are able to land Simmons. I think if the medical is clear, he could be one of the best, if not the best, offensive lineman in the class. So I think the Chiefs have, under the radar, have had a really good draft so far.
Other than Norman Lott, I'll agree with you on that.
Sure.
I can't. Still, I wouldn't be able to stomach that one if I was a Chiefs fan. That's
maybe he's a situational pass rusher like he was at Tennessee. Maybe he's just really good at that,
Yeah, I mean, if he's not that, then I don't know what he is in the NFL. In all honesty, like we can talk about somebody else that a little bit more positive light, but yeah, the Chargers are on the clock here. It's funny because every time I try and see who one of these teams is taking, I keep running into this issue where all of these like fake accounts are saying, "Oh yeah, so and so is taking Shedeur Sanders," and it's at the point in the third round now where it's like kind of just plausible with any single one of these teams. So, yeah. It's an issue. I think I'm not actually going to believe it until I see it come across the feed on NFL Network here. So, Shedeur Sanders is not a Charger, but I could easily see them taking, a guy like what's his name, Josiah Stewart, right? Michigan man. Jim Harbaugh referred to him as a potential first-round pick this past draft cycle. So I think he's somebody where the Chargers need a little bit more depth on the edge. maybe he is willing to, take a chance on him, on Josiah Stewart, where other teams are, going to limit themselves by the size profile there.
I mean, I think Harbaugh is just a good guy. Talking about Stewart as a potential first round pick there. Good job hyping up his former players, but I'm curious to see as well because I like the Amarian Hampton ad early, but they really need defensive cornerstones, and you'd like to walk away with at least a couple of them.
So the pick is in. It's Jamari Caldwell, defensive lineman out of Oregon. So this Oregon defensive line was pretty stacked, and I think the Chargers are searching for, guys that can really help the spine of their defense in particular, right? And Caldwell is going to be able to do that sort of thing with this Chargers defense. He's not somebody that I necessarily would have taken with a top 100 pick in particular, but he's an interesting bet. Steve, do you have any thoughts on Caldwell? And then I'll get to a more broad of a question here.
Yeah, I mean, not on Caldwell specifically, but I'm not surprised that the Chargers went D-line in this with this pick. I mean, especially going running back. Yeah, running back and then receiver with their first two picks is very Jim Harbaugh like to kind of go back to the trenches, start building up there. I mean, then Caldwell probably not expected. I mean, kind of surprised Deone Walker is still sitting there at this stage, but I mean, hey, we'll see.
We'll see. We're at the point now where it's a lot of guys who present themselves as value at this point on day two, and the rest of it's kind of just guys that we may not have expected. Jamari Caldwell, maybe Noel Williams, Justin Wally was a huge reach, right?
Yeah.
The linebacker that the 49ers took, Nick Martin, that's a Madden creative player in my head, right? So we're at the point now where it's a ton of really big names, but we're seeing a lot of reaches continually, and we probably will until the end of night two. Do you see any potential player team fits? I obviously like Josiah Stewart. He's my top player left on the board by about 25 spots. I thought the Chargers made a lot of sense for him. Not happening. Is there any player that you're really high on who has a team coming up? There's the Packers, Jags twice, Rams, Ravens, lots of teams like that you could potentially see taking one of your higher rated players.
Yeah, I mean, let me see. I'm trying to scan through here. I think, I mean, for me, I really like Xavier Watts, and he's the top rated player still on my board. And we're getting deep here in the third round. So I think with someone taking him, they're getting a really good player back at safety. I mean, the Jags have back-to-back picks coming up here, so I wouldn't be surprised at all if they went safety. I think they probably need one. I'm not sure who they have on the back end. Take a quick look here. Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson. So that wouldn't shock me. Let me see who else we have on the board. Jalen Royals is also a name that I was pretty high on going into the process. I thought he would have been a sure second round pick, but not shocked that he's fallen into the third round. But I mean, going off of the receivers that have gotten taken over the past round or so, that kind of is a little shocking. Some of these guys like Isaac Tesla and guys like that, Pat Bryant, who you kind of expected to go a little bit later, kind of jumping in and taking that spot from him. Not sure what the exact team fit is at this stage, but those are two guys that I'm pretty high on going here.
Speaking of receivers that are going higher than expected, Packers just took one in TCU receiver really, Savion Williams, who he's a player who kind of profiles similar to a Cordero Patterson almost, where his usage was kind of all over the place at TCU. Obviously, Jack Besh was the main receiver there, but Savion Williams, an interesting addition to a Packers team that already added Matthew Golden, but this is a different type of skill set, I think.
I think it's interesting that they've added 2 receivers when they usually add like none or just one in round 2. It makes me wonder if anybody's on the way out.
Yeah, I mean, I've already thought after the Golden pick, maybe a Dontavion Wicks, right? Maybe a Romeo Dobbs who requested a trade earlier in last season. So I think it maybe presents an opportunity for the Packers to trade out, but trade one of those guys in particular. But I think it's just honestly a lot of those guys in that room bring different skill sets as well. So I think that at least gives them some staying power as well.
We have the Jaguars pick here. Caleb Ransaw, cornerback, Tulane.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
They have back-to-back picks here, actually.
Okay.
So they have 88, which is Ransaw, and then 89 right after this. So they obviously trade up for Travis Hunter. They add another corner in Ransaw, who he went to Virginia Tech, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Tulane.
Tulane, yeah. Sorry, Tulane. I confused him with Strong out of Virginia Tech there. But yeah, do you have any thoughts on Ransaw, Steve?
Did not watch him, but 5'11", 197, 4.33, 40. Looks like they got a straight athlete, at the cornerback position. Maybe double dipping a little bit. Top 3 rounds here of Travis Hunter pick. I don't know if they said how they're going to use him or not, but you can never have enough corners really. So I guess we'll see what happens there.
I think their GM had something interesting today. He came on like one of the pre-draft shows the NFL Network does. Like he did an interview and said the beauty of Travis Hunter, besides him being an excellent player, is that he's worth 2 players on game day. So he if your corner room is low, even if you're using him as primarily a receiver, he can go play corner in a pinch, right? Or play like 60% of the corner snaps if you need him to, and not have to roster maybe a practice squad corner that week in lieu of like another offensive lineman or something like that. So I think having somebody like Hunter who's so valuable, who can provide value on both sides of the ball, gives you the chance to maybe go after an athletic guy in the corner they just took from Tulane, Ransaw.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like a strict nickelback too, so he's somebody that they probably project to play inside, can probably get him on the field as well as Hunter simultaneously, and obviously you got Campbell on the outside as well. So maybe he's somebody that they see growing under Jordan Lewis, who they signed with this past free agency. The Jaguars kind of continuing to build at these premium positions, and with this 89th overall pick, they end up selecting Wyatt Millum out of West Virginia, a tackle. This is the one that they traded up for. So again, another premium position, offensive line. James Gladstone kind of wanted to build from the inside out, is kind of how he framed it, at least at the combine when he spoke for the first time, really. That didn't happen with Travis Hunter. Obviously, he said F them picks, quite simply. But Millum and Ransaw, 2 premium positions in addition to Hunter. I think they're rounding out this draft class pretty well, actually.
I think anything after Travis Hunter is just like house money or extra change, right? Just getting somebody so unique and like so good at both of his positions is just incredible. They called him a guard on the network, Wyatt Millum, so maybe he slides inside while they try to figure out what to do with Walker Little. But just they're continuing to address needs. And then again, after Travis Hunter, you can't really complain about who's there.
I kind of want to recap just not only round 3, but the second and third round as a whole. We're getting towards the final 12 picks in, really the last 12 premium picks in this draft class, right? It's going to go up to 102. Houston Texans with the 102nd pick is going to end it, but about 12 picks left. What has been your favorite pick. We'll start with you, Jacob, throughout the entirety of day two so far, and I'm gonna restrict it to where you can't take either of the Panthers picks.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would have said probably Scorton at that pick, but I'm trying to think back to round two. Steve and I talked about this earlier, but Will Johnson just like screams like a high value pick for me, right? I know the medicals have caused him to slide. I also think he didn't work out at his pro day or didn't run, but if it checks out, that's such a steal. That's the sixth overall player for me, top 10 player for both of you guys, if I'm looking at the boards correctly. And just really, really good player at a position of need, and it really fits in with what the rest of the Cardinals have been doing. You could throw the Cardinals' other picks in there too, with them working on their defensive front and defensive line. But the Will Johnson pick to me stands out as something that I really like to see him do.
Steve?
Yeah, for me, I said Will Johnson earlier, I'm trying to pick somebody else because I keep talking about this guy, but Philadelphia taking Makuba at the bottom of the second round just seems like such a great pick. Just from like how high we are on him. And I think it's like a perfect like for like switch with them losing Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. So being able to plug Makuba in there on the back end on the team that's already just so good in general, like you're not looking to him to just come in and immediately, have to carry the load for that team, but just coming in and being able to play a role and learning in that already great system is going to be a really good spot for them. So I think that's my pick. I'm scanning through looking for something else, something a little bit more unique.
Yeah, there's so many, right? It's aside from the big ones, it's hard to pinpoint like a niche one that you liked.
Landon Jackson to the Bills, I think, is really fun.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Gives them some versatility on their defensive line. He's somebody that can play. He played a lot of 4-eye at Arkansas, but again, I think he could maybe even transition to outside linebacker if they really want him to. Kyle Williams to the Patriots is incredibly fun, in my opinion. I don't think there's going to be a ton of pressure on him to produce, at the outset, but I think he very well could be the second best receiver on that team next year behind only Stephon Diggs. And, injuries considered, he might end up being even more than that. But I don't want to put that on him, but he's a really exciting, explosive player that, Drake May really didn't have last year. They tried to add some receivers. Javon Baker didn't work out. Jalen Polk looked like one of the worst players in the NFL. Unfortunately, I was pretty high on him going into that draft class. But, Kyle Williams, just a really fun one. Looking on day two, it feels kind of nice to have called a shot on Mason Taylor to the Rams and then, them still take a pass-catching tight end. Mm-hmm. Nick Scorton, obviously, I think, and Princely Umanmielen were two really good picks. But Ozzie Trapillo as well from Boston College, the Bears, I think is, maybe he was a little bit lower on my own personal big board than, 56 overall, which is where he went. But the value of getting a high floor tackle that has a pretty decent ceiling, having a 6'8" frame, some athleticism, I really like that value for the Bears.
One more that I liked, and I know it's an early one, so it's kind of cheating, but TreVeyon Henderson with the Patriots as well. Just another explosive player to take the heat off Drake May and give him some options.
The Rams pick is in. Any guesses? Just throw a name out there.
I saw it, so I'm not
gonna. I'm looking at it.
Josiah Stewart, edge out of Michigan, incredible value. He was the 21st player on my big board, probably where I deviated the most from consensus. He screams a really solid pro to me. He was productive all 4 years in college, started out at Coastal Carolina, moved over to Michigan as a junior, helped them win a national championship. But obviously the big thing that stands out with him is his 6'1" frame, 243 pounds. So a lot smaller of a guy than you would want. He ran a 4.85 40-yard dash, not what you would want. But end of day, I think I'm going to trust the speed that I see on tape, the burst, the get off, very technically refined. He's somebody that I think he brings a lot of power setting the edge, which I really try not to underestimate, especially in a guy of his frame, because I think a lot of people just kind of see that and discount it and think that he can't set the edge, when in reality, I really think that he's a very complete player in spite of his size.
Yeah, he plays, or he looks small and tested slow, but he plays bigger and faster, right? Just really violent, explosive. It's like if you like in your head picture him to be 6'3", longer arms, he'd be a first rounder just based off all the stuff you see him do on tape, especially in the run game at his size. It's just unfortunately he doesn't meet the size threshold for a lot of teams to take in the first or second round.
Yeah, super, super fun player. We have another pick rolling in. The Baltimore Ravens have taken Emory Jones, a tackle out of LSU. He was the right tackle. Beginning of the year, it was looking as though Emory Jones was going to be a top 32 pick, go on first round. He fell a little bit. He was incredibly inconsistent, I think, this past year at LSU. Kind of really struggled as he went into SEC competition. He's somebody that I think we had on our big board. He was 143rd on ESPN, but he started almost 40 games at LSU, really strong, really physical. Do you guys have any thoughts on Emory Jones going to the Baltimore Ravens?
Yeah, they caught him a guard, which I think is going to serve him well in the league, moving inside. He was 75th on our board, and I think Jaden Daniels made the O-line look a lot better last year, and that kind of boosted a lot of their stocks. Obviously, Will Campbell still goes number 4, but I think Emory Jones is certainly worthy of being drafted within the first couple of rounds.
So I'm
looking at the ticker, and we have 2 Vegas Raiders picks in a row. And if that's a potential quarterback team, maybe with one of those right before day 3, that could be something there.
So I think we have 2 more Shedeur Sanders watches, right? We have the Browns at pick 94, who have been connected to him throughout the entire. Oh wow! Let's put it on hold for a second, okay?
Okay.
The Seattle Seahawks have just taken Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe with the 92nd overall pick. Jacob, this is your guy. Why don't you go ahead and talk about him?
Maybe some of the best value so far in the draft. I like Jalen Milroe, just instantly coming into the league now that he's officially in the NFL, is at worst the second best athlete. You could probably put Lamar Jackson up there as well. Just a physical freak running the ball. If you just want to watch the highlights, put on the LSU games from the past 2 years. He beats them just with his legs, just completely fries them. And then some of his passing highs are really, really good. I think about Georgia this year and last year. He was making elite touch passes. But I think a new system this year with Nick Saban retiring, and that's probably as hard a coach to get past retiring as anybody. It'd be like if Bill Belichick retired with the Patriots. Nick Saban's system goes, Kalen DeBoer's system comes in, which is a little more air raidy. Michael Penix really emphasized it, and he and Jalen Milroe couldn't be more different players. I think Milroe struggled with inconsistency this year, with play timing this year, inconsistency in the run game even. I think he tried to make stuff happen behind the line of scrimmage instead of cutting upfield. And if he cuts upfield, he's the fastest player on the field. It just seems like half a second behind with his decision making. But if you can get the best out of him, he is like a top 10 quarterback in the league ceiling just based on his physical tools. Like if you can speed him up, get him to his points on the field and his progressions, you're looking at somebody that could, for a 3rd round pick, could be a huge dividend down the road. But it's not like a surefire thing. Like it's going to be a year or 2 of conditioning to get him there.
That Seahawks quarterback room picture was pretty crazy. Sam Darnold, Milroe, Drew Lock, and Sam Howell rounding it out. I mean, they got some guys up there. I like this for Seattle, man. I think kind of like how we were saying, if you're going to take a guy and try to develop him behind a vet, you might as well just go ahead and take Jalen Milroe with all that athletic ability. And that's what they're doing. They're betting on their coaching staff to develop this guy. And if Sam ends up not working out, then hey, he's there and he'll get a run at it. And I mean, he's got the accuracy question marks. But I think this late in round 3, I think it's worth taking that shot.
Yeah, and we talked about Darnold only has 1 year of guaranteed money, so this could be like if they like what they see in Milroe's progression and they think he's progressing earlier than intended, Darnold could be out the door in 2026. Milroe could take over.
Man, I really love this pick. I'm a huge Jalen Milroe fan. I think that he's just an incredible physical talent. He's somebody who I think the floor of what you're going to get with him as your quarterback is just naturally going to be higher because of the rushing upside that he presents. We've talked about that a lot on, Football Talk, our podcast, but I think that for Seattle, it makes more sense adding a player like him than it does Shedeur Sanders, where, I have Shedeur Sanders at number 50. I had Jalen Milroe at number 61, but for the Seahawks specifically, when you're aiming for upside in the event that, a guy like Sam Darnold doesn't work out, I think Jalen Milroe is just a smart bet to make for the Seahawks.
And Ian Rappaport just tweeted out, expect him to be used in a package immediately. So it seems like they want to take advantage of those athletic gifts immediately. Maybe like a Taysom Hill role early, and then let him season, let him marinate for a season or two before you unleash him as a full-time dual. Like the true essence of the dual threat QB is Jalen Milroe.
So it looks as though the Saints are taking Jonas Sanker here, the safety out of Virginia, with this pick.
Wow.
This is somebody that honestly I thought could have gone even higher than this pick. Special teams type of player, a little bit. I'll let you guys talk about Sanker. I'm a little bit more unfamiliar with his game, but he's somebody that I didn't necessarily expect to see on this late day 3. But the Saints are adding a player that likely going to be able to play special teams while he grows into a safety role behind both Tyrann Mathieu and Justin Reid.
Well, I mean, if those are the two guys that they're relying on, Mathieu in particular, they might have to see Sanker sooner rather than later, just because Mathieu, he used to be really good, but I just think about the Jatavian Sanders play where he hurdled a guy and then just trucked Mathieu for 40 yards. I think Sanker is a final frame player, like we talked about with Makuba. He generally ends up in the right spots, pretty rangy along the back end, firm tackler. But I think he's a little half step behind, and his angles of pursuit, the routes that he takes, I think he overestimates his own ability to get to spots on time, and that can put him a half step behind the play. And then if you compound that with being a half step slow with your decision making, it can put you completely out of plays when you are in position to make them.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, Steve. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I was just going to say, I think that was kind of the perfect description of what I saw as well when watching him. I mean, he is definitely an energetic guy on the back end. He runs to the ball. He's always in the picture and looking to make a play. But it's just kind of a tick kind of a thing. But I mean, this late in the 3rd round, I think that's a fine pick. Can't say I love it considering Watt's still available, but I digress.
So I just wanted to make a point real quick. Ian Rappaport tweeted that Rich Eisen had said the Geno Smith trade, that the pick that the Seahawks got for Geno Smith was just used for Jalen Milroe. So really interesting coincidence, honestly, but it really is emblematic and tells you where the Seahawks wanted to go with their offense. Making that quarterback room younger, maybe adding a little bit more potential. Whereas, they clearly loved Geno, but maybe they think that they kind of just tapped the ceiling of what he could give their offense.
Yeah,
it's poetic, right? Somehow these things always happen. We're eventually in 3 years or something, we're going to see the Seahawks beat the Raiders in the Super Bowl or something, and that'll be the whole crux of the trade, or in a high leverage regular season game. something like that. But it is interesting that particular pick ends up being the one.
So the Cleveland Browns just took Dylan Gabriel with
Like the quarterback?
quarterback.
Oh, wow.
We talk about Tyler Shuck being old. Gabriel's right there too. 6th-year senior out of Oregon. If I'm not mistaken, well, he was a Heisman candidate this year, or Heisman finalist, I should say. Oregon was the number 1 team in the regular season. They beat Ohio State in that thriller at the end. I'm saying all these good things because I struggle with Dylan Gabriel. He's probably a little bit taller than Bryce Young, but if you took all the special stuff out of Bryce Young, I think you get Dylan Gabriel. I think Bryce Young even has a better arm to give him credit, but I struggle to see Gabriel this early. Like, he was a competitive starter. Like, he could run multiple systems. He really worked well with Will Stein's system in Oregon, which is kind of gimmicky. It's like all play action stuff there. So maybe if I can't imagine him being the starter this year with the Browns, but a 3rd-round pick for him is pretty rich, right? If he had gone in the 5th round, I'd get it. But 3rd round is not insane, but interesting. He was 150th on my board.
It is insane. I don't really. I guess at this point, like, if you're taking Dylan Gabriel over Shedeur Sanders, it's probably, like, I don't want to say it's because of the person that Shedeur Sanders is, because I don't think that he's a bad person. I think it's probably because of that aspect of what it brings to the locker room. Having a personality like him, having a presence like him, not that he's a threat or intimidating or anything like that, but it puts an element of pressure on your team where you don't necessarily need it, which is why I'm seeing all of these quarterbacks get selected above Shedeur Sanders. But really fascinating fall here from Sanders.
Well, like, if this was like Riley Leonard or Will Howard, that would make more sense to me. The fact that it's Gabriel, who I think offers limited athletic upside, limited arm talent, but like has been a winning starter, right? Like, you have to give him credit. Yeah, just showed it 5'11" and an 1/8 and then 205. So right around Bryce Young measurables. He's a lefty though, so I guess that's different. I'm at a loss for words with this one.
Not what I expected at all. This is like low-key kind of the wildest pick of what we've seen today. Just the fact that Sanders is still sitting there. 95th pick we are at right now. Patriots are on the clock. It really looks as though he's going to fall into the on day 3, honestly. And I can't say that the play warrants it. I think he's a top 50 player in this draft class. Maybe not somebody that you would want or rely on being your franchise quarterback, but certainly worth the bet at this point in the draft, just based off the film.
Yeah, and San Francisco sticks out to me, right? Purdy's in the final year of his rookie deal. If they don't want to pay him, that could be a look there. Or I think Sanders could be a backup that could push Purdy a little bit.
Yeah, it's wow. That is I honestly can't believe it just took him, to be honest. It's wow.
Starting to feel like I'm on like Shedeur's team. Like,
I know, yeah.
Well, like, look at I know we have Shedeur like in the 40s and 50s on our board. Daniel Jeremiah has him at 20th overall on his board, like on his best remaining available. It's 20, and then the next one's 55. The Georgia center Jared Wilson. So like, it's not just us that's high on him. It seems like every evaluator to a degree thinks that he should have gone to this point, or that he deserves to go to this point based on his play.
I mean, shoot, didn't Mel Kiper have him pretty comfortably first round, right? He was losing his mind.
That was like, if I'm not mistaken, like his top quarterback, maybe even.
Bucky Brooks as well had Shedeur Sanders as QB1. And like, I think Cam Ward was pretty definitively QB1, but there's an outside argument that you could make that Shedeur Sanders deserved to be there. Like, I think he operated the offense at a much more played within structure much better than Ward. I think that was one of Ward's biggest weaknesses. But we're here now with the Patriots pick.
So the Patriots are taking Jared Wilson, center from Georgia, with the 95th overall pick. Incredibly athletic, has a ton of traits. 1-year starter at Georgia. He played behind Cedric Van Pran last year. My main concern with this pick is if you watch the Georgia offensive line, the talent was very clear, right? They had 2 guards drafted today already, and then
they're going to have 4 people drafted this year.
Right. I think my concern comes in with a lot of the procedural errors that Georgia had this past year. And a lot of times when you're seeing a lot of those errors, when you're seeing a lot of, false starts, illegal shifts, a lot of times when it just seems like the offensive line isn't really timing things correctly, or when you have a lot of unblocked defenders, a lot of times it falls on the center. And that's part of my concern with Wilson being selected on day 3. I think he's very clearly talented. I almost wonder if he's the type of player who, he played center in college. I almost wonder if he's a better guard where he doesn't have to worry about a lot of those responsibilities.
Well, I mean, either way, the Patriots need the O-line help, right? And he was my top-rated center. I had Gray Zabel as just like everything. So either way, I think they're going to be able to have somebody that can compete, if not start this year.
So the Falcons are trading up to the 96th overall pick here. This is actually the last pick that we're going to cover tonight. 96th overall. Man. So 3 sets of 32 picks. Do you guys know who it is?
Yeah, that one hurts.
Is it Watts?
Yep.
Yeah, it's Watts. Yeah.
Xavier Watts, best safety left, I think, for all 3 of us. After this, it kind of falls off a little bit, but it's interesting, right? Because the Falcons obviously trade up yesterday, right, for James Pierce. They give a future first. They gave their second as well. Now they're trading up again. I can't imagine it's going to cost them anything more than like a 6th or 7th, but there seems to be some urgency, especially on defense, right? And it feels like Terry Fontenot is moving like, I got to get some guys in here. Even though it's Raheem Morris's second year with the coaching staff, Fontenot's been there, 5 or 6 drafts now. And he's just being very deliberate with moving up and targeting defenders.
So, Steve, you have any thoughts on Watts?
Yeah, I mean, I've already talked about him, but I like him a lot. And this is a good pick for Atlanta, pairing him with in that secondary. Just a really good instincts on the back end, and just good athlete, runs to the tackle, always plays hard, good ball skills. I think he's got like the whole package. And ignoring that Atlanta traded next year's first for that 26th pick, I like what they've done so far. They've added some good players.
And I think he complements Jesse Bates well as well.
He does. Yeah, he really does. Really instinctual player. It'll be fun to watch. I like the 2 players they added on day 1, albeit the trade up for Pierce was quite expensive and kind of seemed like it reeked of desperation almost. Yeah. But with that, we're going to go ahead and get out of here. Steve, Jacob, I appreciate you guys for spending 4 hours with me on day 2 of the NFL draft. Like, it was a haul for sure. I mean, we talked like 60, 70 players, a ridiculous amount. We've seen a lot of, reaches. We've seen not Shedeur Sanders. We have not seen that. We'll probably see him tomorrow at this point based off of how this draft is tracking. Maybe the Raiders take him. But we're going to get out of here. Do you have any kind of parting thoughts on day 2 of the NFL draft?
Just glad to be here. No place I'd rather be for 4 hours on a Friday night than doing a day 2 draft show, but it was fun. Hopefully we can kind of reconcile tomorrow and talk about our favorite players or something in an article or something, but this was really fun. I love what the Panthers did. That's the last thing I'll say.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I love what the Panthers did. A lot of teams did some good stuff. Arizona comes off the top of my head. And of course, Philly, they always do a good job. So, whatever there. Shedeur, we stand with you. But yeah, let's get out of here. Got to go apologize to my girlfriend for being out here for this long on a Friday night. Kind of wild, but it is what it is. It's draft week, and she gets it.
It's draft week. I'm going to plug the draft guide one more time. Do you guys have any parting thoughts on kind of what we've produced, the work that we put into it, the content, the depth of it?
I think it lines up pretty well with what's happened so far. We only have a handful of players left in our guide, just like there's only a handful of top 100 picks left. So I think we kind of nailed it, and I love the work that we did for it to all come together.
If you guys are interested in learning more about your draft picks, obviously we've produced 4 hours worth of content on this stream alone, but please make sure to check out our draft guide because there's even more words and analysis on that for, whatever team you follow, your favorite, your team, their picks, kind of what they've done. There's analysis for all of those guys, and it's put into a very clean, kind of concise manner and, graphics package that I think our graphic designer Colt did a phenomenal job in. So it's only $1. It's going to be $1 for not much longer. So please check it out if you have not already. It's, it helps support the site. We just got started late last month. March 31st was our first day as a website. So follow us on Twitter as well, at Steve's Tweets, at Jacob LaQuire, at dj.png, and of course at 2p_conversion. Jacob, Steve, I appreciate you guys.